Hello.
Hello, chat.
Are you ready for reading time?
Ooh, I'm ready.
Story time.
We're chilling in the library. We got all our drinks together. It's a nice, cozy Sunday away from the smoke.
Yeah.
We're gonna stick indoors and chill with you, chat. How's it going today?
Hello. Sorry, it took a minute. Aria spilled water on her keyboard.
Oh no! At least it was just water.
Yeah.
I think it mostly got on the floor, so I think keyboard cooling will be okay.
Good.
If not, we have backups upon backups. I've got 2 extra keyboards that are not getting used. So.
I also have a Best Buy credit card. I could give me an keyboard.
Ooh.
I could
finally. That pink one.
I want the quartz.
Excuse to get that pink one.
Yeah.
That'd be cute.
I like the pink one.
Gotta match the hair.
How's the music volume, chat? Do I need to turn it down? Do I need to turn any of us up? This is my system, not Aria's, so audio isn't quite as perfected as Aria's.
What you talking about? It's never perfected.
You're always altering it. It's true,
Yeah.
but you have it down better than me.
Gosh.
Look at all the basic filters on. I just haven't fucking touched it since.
When I get OBS on my computer, I'm gonna need to figure shit out.
I can send you the video that
That's
I
right, that
use
one.
for the mic filters.
Yeah, that one guy was doing it. Yeah, I was gonna, my next paycheck, I was gonna get myself one of these
I'll turn
mics
me
so I can
up
actually
a
have a setup in my room without having to steal stuff and move it in there. And we do group streams.
I mean, we have a 4th mic, so
One of the Blue Yetis or something?
yeah, and that one works
Gotcha.
really well solo anyway.
Turn me up. Pump
Pump up the witch. Pump it up.
Let's see how that goes. How's it now, chat? Am I coming through loud and clear? Am I too loud? What's up? What's good?
Not one by me. Script. A bit more. What chapter were we on?
18.
Oh, right there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Start me.
I purged the old stuff so it's
Nice.
easier to load on mobile, both for Paya and for
Sweet.
me, because sometimes I edit it while at work, so. A bit more of which? Me louder or the music quieter or both? Let me double check. What's the music's volume at on the thing? What's it about? Me louder? I'm still too quiet. No.
You might fix your compressor expander gain. That will sometimes help with the, instead of just doing straight up gain.
Oh, about filters.
Yeah, do the
Expander.
expander. Okay, do the compressor then.
Compressor.
Oh yeah, put your output gain on the compressor up a little bit. That might help.
Hello. Hello. Mic check. Yeah. Poggers. That looks like I'm peeking all the time now, though.
That might just be something that you fine tune off. Because if you do the
Words
monitor, if you do the monitor thing,
That's true. If I do that.
then you can kind of get a better feel for it, and then you can kind of
Yeah.
hear everything on there. That's what I've been doing recently. I hook it through my mic, and then I just have my headphones on the entire time, so I can't hear anything that isn't through a mic or computer audio or a splitter.
Fair.
But it works because I can hear and I can kind of tell a little bit better how audio goes.
That's a later issue. I'm gonna hydrate really quick. So, I have the recap and such, but also, Kindle's being deferred back to Aria because of character distribution. So,
I think my larynx would explode switching between her and the guys.
There's a lot of Kindle interaction with the boys, so it's like last time on Dragon Ball D's nuts.
No.
Hot Dragon Man, yes.
Yes. That was the most important part of last time.
It's true.
We all want the dragon nuts.
We love the Dragon Man. Me especially. Okay. Are we ready to get into it? We all set? Like,
Let's fucking go, mate.
Fucking do it, mate.
Last time on the tale of Mysteria, following the escape of the Imperial Research Facility, the party lay low in some ruins. While they are there, they are followed by Zephyr, Alia's brother. In order to settle things between Zephyr and Eric, Alia deigns to open an impassable and indestructible door. Once they opened the door, they didn't expect a Celestial to emerge swinging. Alia is gravely injured, protecting the rest of the party. They manage to calm him down, and Sigmus heals everyone. They learn that Sigmus was betrayed by a kinbound, and while he was finding his place in the new age, and as thanks to those who freed him, he accompanies the party. Later, they venture into the craftsman city of Lambertine, as the city is rebuilding in the wake of a recent attack from the Earth Legion, resulting in the fact that darkness permeates the air as a result of the humans' anguish. In the evening, Eric witnesses Alia's tether exploding, and a sense of desperation seeps into them both. Yeah, angst happened.
Angst, pain, a little bit of horny. Checks out for us.
That's Arcade Allies in a nutshell, right there. Okay. Switch to that. And my tether explodes all over something.
Yep.
Yeah? Sounds like Zen's ready for some nutting.
I just need to tell this story.
Go for it.
Oh boy.
So I was helping my mom yesterday with her like driver side door. Driver door like window motor had been like fucked up for a while, so she like got the piece so that we could like fix it. I was helping her with that, and then I was just hanging out with her afterwards, and then she's like, by the way, I'm getting the notifications for your channel now, because she did subscribe to us. She was one of our earliest subscribers. And so she's like, I'm finally getting notifications for you guys. And the one today is, I need to nut. And I was like, oh yeah, you want to see? So I showed her. I showed her some of our shoulders. And I showed her some other like Niji chaos, and I was like, yep, that is the profession that your daughter's trying to get into. She's like, I don't have any complaints. You're not in a corner. You're not selling drugs. And my mom and I are so very similar that we just kept making dick jokes all night, so it's fine. I told her about the solid thing. I told her about the hardcore thing. Like, man, I'm really glad that my mom is my mom. Hi, baby. Hi, can I help you? Do you want a voice act too? What character do you want? Do you want her? I don't think she liked that. She left.
She's not down to be one of the boys.
She's not Earth tough.
She's not Earth tough. Sorry, I'm just adjusting my document stuff so that maybe I can see my cues.
D?
I need to fix it a little bit more. Just skosh.
We already did that.
That's
Now
better.
we're doing other stuff.
Nah, it is what it is.
I promise we'll do stuff after Noodle. As always.
You've been spoiled enough today. You got us free stuff at Dutch again, so. I literally... that's twice this week that like my baristas at Dutch Bros have given me free drinks, and I'm like, this is so nice, but I feel so bad.
God, you lucky.
I just go too much, and I have the noodle, and everybody loves the noodle.
Just in general, I went to Dutch twice, and each time I was sitting there for like 15 minutes with no cars moving, so I ended up getting Starbucks. I'm drinking the anti-union juice.
It is, their lines do get kind of long sometimes, but with the smoke recently, that's one of the reasons why it's been really bad.
Yeah, ordering from the door, so I understand.
It sucks, but
stay thirsty, chat.
Always.
Yes. Stay thirsty like this.
But more importantly, Hydrix, we're going to get into some thirst, I imagine.
Yeah.
It's Sumi's writing, after all.
Well, I think more angst, but that's beside the point.
Definitely starting with angst, that's for sure.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah.
Yeah, get water and
get
snackies.
your water, get your snackies. Time for entertainment. Record 19. The distant dawn light filtered through the... Oh, wait. This is the wrong fucking chapter. Hang on. 18. My bad.
Back it up.
You weren't too far ahead, were you?
No. I was just one chapter ahead.
That's not so bad. Good thing it wasn't any spoilers.
Okie dokie. There we go. Hello, Cleo. You're just in time.
Hey, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining
We're
us.
starting. Record 18. Eric was frozen in dread, not for himself, but for her. He saw the sorrow and trepidation in her eyes as she looked at her empty hand that once held the dagger. He knew from how she carried it everywhere, but never used it, the fact that she even took the time to take it when she stormed out of the ruins. That dagger was undoubtedly her tether. Without a tether, the darkness that lingers in the air of the city during the day would start to poison her. Once the sunrise came and all the humans came out and about with all their strong, negative emotions leaking darkness into the air, Alia wouldn't last long. She would become a Fomorian in no time at all. Eric snapped out of it as she stood up and started pacing. He could see the gears turning in her head, trying to think of a plan, even though she tried looking for a suitable tether earlier when she was out. She didn't see any pieces laid with water runes. It was late and hardly any merchant or blacksmith would be open. They both knew that. Alia put Sigmus's cloak back on and darted out of the room, leaving everything else behind. Eric shook his head and snatched up his sword, returning it to its place on his back. He ran at a full sprint around the front of the inn. Alia was already a ways down the street, heading away from him.
Alia.
Eric's voice echoed in the empty street. He saw her visibly tense up as she came to a stop. As he came to a stop behind her. She slowly turned, unsure of what to say or what excuse to use. She noticed a somber note of conviction in his eyes and shied away. You know, don't you? Alia's quiet murmur carried a grim tone. She gripped the edges of her cloak tightly.
What are you going to do?
He hoped she had some idea of what to do next. What I'm doing is none of your business, Alia snapped. She couldn't trust him. She didn't want his help. Yet he kept following them, kept coming to her. She thought he was a danger, and even more so now that she had no tether. Even the slightest bit of darkness would be dangerous. It's not your problem, after all.
It is if you become a Fomorian,
Eric snapped back. He just wanted to help her, but she was still being stubborn about accepting anything about him.
You'll lay waste to everything and everyone around. You'll obliterate this city.
Then all the more reason for you to leave. Alia marched off quickly. She pulled the hood up on the cloak and stormed away.
Alia, wait.
He reached out and took a few steps, but stopped himself. He wanted to follow after, but knew it wouldn't do any good. He sighed heavily in frustration.
Just let me help you, damn it.
Eric turned to the opposite direction, moving quickly. He didn't care what it took. He was going to find her a new tether. He was a thief, after all. He knew that he was her best bet. He was her best chance at getting out of the situation one way or another.
Hey, you got a second?
Eric called over the fence towards a blacksmith in a more open-air shop, hammering away at what was starting to resemble an axe blade of some sort. He paused and lifted his goggles to get a better look at Eric. "What do you want, kid?" He set down his hammer and cooled the metal he was working on. It was a bit late for business.
I just need some information.
Eric glanced around the workshop and didn't see any runes around.
It's extremely urgent. I need to know of all the smiths and shops in town that use runes in their work.
He drew his sword just enough to show the large fire rune embedded in the center of the blade.
Like this, but smaller.
I can think of quite a few. The blacksmith pulled off his gloves and dusted off his hands. None of them are night owls like me, so you might have to wait until morning. I can write them down if you'd like.
That would be great, if you could.
Eric smiled warmly at him. He had no intention of waiting. Having a written list just made it easier to keep track of all the places he was going to hit. "That's a fine sword you have, kid." The blacksmith moved to his messy workbench and used as a table for miscellaneous things, and fished out a clean piece of parchment and pulled a quill out of the inkwell. "You wouldn't want to part with it for some coin, would you?"
I thought it was a bit late for business.
Eric crossed his arms. His tone was still light, but the thought of parting with his sword stirred up some bitter memories to go along with the tense situation. It was getting hard to maintain the cheerful, carefree act. "I know a good piece when I see one, even in this lighting." The blacksmith chuckled as he strained to see what he was scribbling down in the dim light.
I would never give up this sword.
Eric looked over his shoulder as his expression slipped into the somber mood he was feeling.
The only way someone gets it is if they pry it from my dead hands.
"I'm sorry I asked." The blacksmith sounded rather genuine in his apology. "Who made it?"
Well, an old family friend gave me the rune.
Eric sighed as he felt a heavy weight on his chest as he spoke.
His friend made the sword for me. He was an earth spirit.
Earth spirit, huh? You aren't one of those weirdos who sympathize with them, are you? He stopped writing and looked over at Eric with a bitter expression.
What? No!
Eric frantically shook his head.
There's a few good ones out there, believe it or not. There are some that help the order. It's just the weird ones in white you need to look out for.
What? Trauma? No, I would never. I guess you're right. The Archdruid does have one as a partner. He held out the paper for Eric. I remember seeing them the last time he passed through here.
Thank you for this list. You're a lifesaver.
Eric snatched it up with a smile and a wave as he bounded down the street. His expression turned grim as soon as he turned away from the blacksmith. There were 16 different places listed, and he knew that they were all over the city in every corner. One on the list was the Smoke Moth Guild. He knew that there was no way he could break in there unnoticed. Even excluding that destination, he didn't think there would be enough time to hit all of them if he was unlucky. There had to be something in the city with artisans that she could use. A thought crossed Eric's mind. If neither of them found a tether for her, then perhaps he could be her new one. He knew it was the absolute last option he could present to Alia. He was hoping desperately he wouldn't boil down to that being the final solution. He realized that was likely what she had thought when she snapped at him for wanting to help, even though thieving was what he intended to do all along. He never thought he would consider tethering with a spirit again, but he wasn't going to stand by and let anything bad happen to one again if he had the power to help them, especially her. Eric turned the corner, and just down the street, he spotted 2 knights on patrol. He instantly doubled back and ducked into the alleyway nearby, so that also led to the same street. Teehee. Listen.
It's like Zen understands story writing or something.
Am I getting so predictable? What? No, I just foreshadowed too much. Dino's. He crept slowly along the wall, growing impatient while he listened to the approach of footsteps. He reached up and placed a hand on the sword's hilt, another hand over the empty holster. He wishing he had grabbed Regulus to take them out easier if it came down to it. He froze as he watched them pass. When they didn't seem to notice him, he sighed in relief and eased up. He waited a moment longer before stepping back out onto the street. He glanced up and down the street and didn't see a soul in sight. Taking an opportunity, he ran to his first target on the list, a small shop called the Smelting Pot. It was one of few buildings that had all its windows replaced and repairs were completed. Eric glanced in and could tell that it was completely dark inside, so he wasted no time and picked the lock on the door as he glanced around, making sure there wasn't anyone to catch him. As soon as he heard the satisfying click of the lock being released, he quickly slipped inside and closed the door behind him. The shop was filled to the brim with weapons, armor, shields, metal sculptures, and even a myriad of pots and pans. Under some glass cases was some jewelry and some of the more ornate, smaller weapons, with a few runes instead of gemstones, but none of them were water runes. Eric looked at the walls behind the counter, since there were a few larger weapons with runes, but there weren't any there either. And breathing is still hard for me. Eric entered the back of the room through the open door behind the counter, but there wasn't anything more than extra weapons that weren't special in the slightest, and cleaning supplies. He caught a glimpse of the small safe in the corner underneath the desk covered in receipts and ledgers. He knew he didn't have the time to patiently crack the safe. He figured what was likely filled with coin anyway, so he left with a bitter sigh. He checked his list for the next closest location he knew of. Once he confirmed his next target, he slightly tore the side of the paper next to where the smelting pot was written. He carefully glanced out at the crack of the door to make sure the knights weren't around before he stepped out. Every faint noise had him on edge. Eric was constantly scanning every street, every alley, every window for movement, prying eyes, or just a glimpse of Aria to know that she was all right. The cold night air was no longer enjoyable to Eric. He felt as if it was stagnant and heavy. Thank you, Clea. I know. I'd be good. The buildings began to loom higher above him, and the narrow streets made narrower by the scaffolding. 3 or 4-story buildings alternated with occasional 2-story buildings squeezed in, one of which was his target. A metal sign hung above the door that simply said Clinker. The exterior was a rough shape, plenty of cracks in the stone, and the windows were shabbily boarded up. By all appearances, the 2 stories seemed dark, and no light shone through the cracks. I appreciate it. I make you guys suffer today instead. Tee. Anyway. Eric heard a pair of armored footsteps coming from around the corner just down the street. In his impatience, he didn't want to wait the nights out, so instead he hurriedly started to pick the lock. His heart was pounding as they got closer and closer. Through the scaffolding, his eyes caught the glint of armor moving in the dim mana street lamp on the corner as they started heading this way. I am into the existential suffering. Enjoy it. The lock granted him entry. Eric shoved his way past a heavy, crooked door, and just as quickly and as quietly as he could, he closed it. He leaned against the door and took a deep breath, trying to calm his heart as he listened to the nights pass. He couldn't stop his heart from racing and completely given the tension of the situation, but no longer felt as though it would explode, and that was all he had time for. Looking around in what little light slipped through the cracks, the shop was a lot smaller and far more cluttered than the last. There was hardly any semblance of organization. It looked more like the kind of shop he'd be selling to rather than stealing from. He let out a heavy, frustrated sigh as he sighed. Words are hard. He let out a heavy, frustrated sigh, just trying to find a good place to start looking. He started shifting through the sad weapon assortment in the barrel. A handful that did have runes were wind and earth, and one of fire. Quickly moving on, he practically tripped over the crate overflowing with random pieces of armor that seemed to have no coherent set. Some of the pieces clattered to the ground, joining the few that were already there. Eric rolled his eyes in annoyance and caught a glimpse of something blue behind the counter. He launched over the counter and pulled the long, thin silver blade off the stand on the shelf. Upon a closer look at the large blue stone at the base of the blade, intertwined with the guard, he could tell it held no mana. It was only a precious gemstone. His short-lived excitement turned into frustration as he jammed the blade into the wooden floor to stand on its own. Eric caught a glimpse of some light and heard some shifting as he rounded the edge of the counter, passing by the stairs to lead to the second floor, realizing that the railing had a chain dangling on it with some sort of sign he didn't bother to read. He figured someone lived upstairs. As nimbly as he could muster, he silently wove his way towards the door and wasted no time yanking it open. He closed it as best he could before he booked it for the nearest corner to duck around. He slowed his pace a little after turning the corner. He came to a stop at the next crossroad a ways down from the street Clinker was on. He leaned against him on a lamppost and looked at his list while he caught his breath. He tore the sheet next to where Clinker was written and started off at a brisk pace, not wanting to waste any more time. Was it? What?
But third time's a charm. It's a rule of the universe.
Rule of threes. Except when it isn't.
You know, I gotta mix up sometimes.
Tea. The night dredged onward. Every minute, every second, desperation creeped further into the mind of not just Eric. However, where Eric's was paired with a bitter determination, Alia's was weighed down by sorrow and indecision as she wandered the streets. Alia had no plan, no idea what to do. She despised that she hadn't searched hard enough during the day. She knew that she needed to find a new one soon, but didn't realize how soon, and now it was too late to find a new tether. Even though the darkness was thin, with the majority of humans sleeping, Alia felt as though it hadn't changed much from the day. Her lungs burned with every breath. It felt as though something was crawling under her skin. She could only imagine what the city would do to her once the sun rose and the humans swarmed the streets.
A water fae?
A curious voice caused Alia to tense up. She saw a lone knight on patrol. She couldn't see her face under the helm. She didn't know what to expect. Not able to read her face, she couldn't avoid the knights like she had earlier in the day, getting lost in the crowds. Alia didn't want her to get near, fearing the human would try to capture her, or was one of the many with darkness in their heart. She was exposed, and being around humans scared her more than ever. Unfortunately, in the moment, she was frozen in place, and the knight stopped relatively close to her. The knight lifted her visor, revealing a sparkling smile.
Hold on, I know that's me. Oh, there we go. I lost my spot.
It's okay, happens.
What are you doing out so late? Patrolling like me?
Something like that. Alia relaxed slightly. She seemed cheerful enough, but couldn't help but be rather wary.
You can join me if you'd like. I was the odd night out tonight, so I got the lone patrol, and it's been kind of boring.
The young knight placed her hands on her hips.
The night always goes by faster with someone to talk to, you know? My name is Aria. What's yours?
She was thrown off by her cheery demeanor, and thought it was best Atria didn't know her name if the Empire was still after her and the others. She was unsure of how much they knew and how far the information of their exploits in the capital had spread. Call me Adele. Alia played with the ends of her hair as she spoke. Normally, I wouldn't mind keeping you company, but I have a mission for the Water Legion to prepare for.
That's all right.
Atria sighed a little disappointed, but she didn't let it get to her. A quick sparkle quickly returned to her eyes.
Does it have anything to do with all the weapons and runes the Water and Fire Legion bought up earlier in the week? They practically cleared out every store in town the day I showed up for my assignment in the city. I was curious, but never got the chance to ask why.
I can't say. Perhaps it might be. Alia smiled meekly. The legions were bolstering their defenses. Explains why she hadn't seen anything that she could use as a suitable tether when they were shopping before. She knew the likelihood of finding a tether in Lambertine was slim to none. Not that she had planned to get one before morning anyways. Despair took hold in Alia's mind, sinking its claws deep. She wasted so much time, and she was careless. The mission she was on never had a chance to succeed now. Soon she would be just another victim of the darkness the war was creating. She was about to become just what she wanted to stop. Becoming a Fomorian wasn't what scared her. It was the fact that she might hurt those that she cared about if she did.
I'm sorry, you don't have to say it if it's a secret.
Atria waved her hand in front of her. She could tell something was bothering Alia.
Don't look so dour. You are doing your best, right? That's all you need. So go out there and win. That's what my captain would always say. I used to sweat all the little stuff during missions, and that would help me snap out of it.
Maybe I haven't been doing my best, Alia sighed.
It's not too late to start.
Atria placed her hands on her hips and shined a confident smile. I'll try to keep that in mind, thanks. Alia smiled despite the pain in her chest. It was too late for her, but perhaps she could make preparations of sorts. I don't have any time to waste.
That's the spirit.
Atria waved as Alia dashed off in the direction of the inn. Hang on, I gotta hydrate.
Hydrate or dihydrate chat.
So
Wow.
is Alia's alias Adele because she's a water fae and is rolling in the deep?
That's really good. No, it's actually somebody from her past. But
Who is rolling in the deep?
I heard that. I was like, now that's a pun.
Unintentional, but good.
This is very good.
It's the fantasy
I didn't even think about that.
fantasy version of Adele because it's not spelled the same, but
Yeah.
it's
EDN.
pronounced. Darkness voicing is similar.
I know,
to
I was
smoke
literally
inhalation.
thinking as I was like reading the effects on Alia, I was like, shit, that's what happening right now to me. Like, for real.
Oh, Adele. That's a good one, too.
Okay. Focus. Alia slowed her pace at the construction site at the belfry, unable to maintain her pace in her current state. Feeling weak and winded, she noticed something rather odd as she was passing and stopped. The tower, which was earlier was rebuilt about a single story, was now towering above the buildings that surrounded it. She looked around and spotted Turbius standing amidst the piles of stone blocks set aside for the construction. Turbius, Alia called out as she approached them. Her eyes were fixed on the tower, which, as she got closer, looked more like two. Are you boys rebuilding again?
Of course.
Tur beamed, excited to show off their secret project.
You and Sigmus wanted to know what it was like when it was completed.
So we had Zephyr and Big Sis with a drinking contest, and we had Zephyr distract Big Sis with a drinking contest and snuck out. Bias crossed his arms and beamed down at Alia. We found the plans for it just lying around too. I'm a little surprised that would work on her. Alia looked down at the blueprints that they were standing by. They were held down by a monolantern and a couple of stones on a large wooden crate. It was depicted the layout, detailing in the stonework and how the bells and gears were integrated. I'm also a little surprised the knights patrolling haven't noticed. We've been hiding every time they pass, Bia smirked.
Since they are all humans, we can sense when they are nearby because of the earth mana in them.
Tur explained as he looked between the plans and the towers.
You know, there's something a bit off, don't you think?
Yeah, I can't put my finger on it. Bias nodded. It's probably because these designs are for only one tower. Alia couldn't help but laugh, thinking it was an intentional choice, finding it hilarious that they spent so much time working on it and accidentally creating two towers instead of one. But there's so much stone! Bias looked shocked, realizing that she was right.
There's no way it could be just one.
Tur glanced between the plans and their halfway completed work. I'm sure some of it's to rebuild the surrounding area. Alia recalled there being more buildings in the area. She recalled there being more buildings in the area than last time she had come through town. I kind of like it better this way, though. Alia pointed up at the towers. If you can try and connect them with a couple of arches, it might help should they get hit with another earthquake.
That's a great idea, Alia.
Both cheered in unison.
You should help us.
I'm afraid I'd only get in your way. Alia gave a sad smile.
There's no way you could.
Tur placed a hand on her shoulder. You're a friend. Bias did the same, and they both smiled warmly at her. You two are so sweet. In her current situation, those words were like daggers. Promise me you'll always keep doing what's right.
We promise.
They both nodded. Her tone registered with them. They could tell something was up.
Alia, are you alright?
Tur looked at her with an air of concern. You seem a little down. Beas shared in his brother's worry. Do I? Alia tried to put on a warmer smile. Sorry, I guess you two just remind me a bit of Leos, and I miss him. She wasn't entirely lying, but when she said it, she realized she might not get to see Leos again. It stung to think about. Don't worry, Beas smiled. We'll find him soon.
Have you asked Zephyr if he knows?
Tur crossed his arms and tilted his head. Not yet. I was going to once things settled down. Alia crossed her arms and sighed. Perhaps I'll go ask him now, provided he isn't too drunk to answer. Alia looked up at the towers again, a little sad that there was a possibility she wouldn't see what they completed. You know, I might be able to help after all. I can cast an illusion so that the knights won't notice you, and you don't have to worry about them bothering you.
Really? That's awesome!
Tur beamed excitedly at the fact that they wouldn't have to sneak as much. We could get so much more done, Beas cheered. It'll probably last until dawn, so you boys should head back to the inn before then, all right? Alia placed her hand on one of the rocks, holding down the blueprints, and cast an illusion without even needing to say a word. Since no part of her was contained in a tether, her mana was easy enough to focus without needing to draw it out. Inside the site, it looked normal, but outside, it looked like it was only partially built and would remain so. I'm gonna head back to the inn for a bit. She started walking away from them. Goodbye, Turbius. Alia was out of breath by the time she had returned to the inn. Despite having simply walked there, she took a moment to compose herself. She didn't want to worry everyone, even though she figured that they would all freak out once they found out she was gone. She took a deep breath and words are hard. She took a deep breath and heard the door open.
Alia, is that you?
Sigmuth's smooth, deep voice called to her from the doorway. His eyebrows knitted in concern and leaned against the wall next to her.
Are you all right? Your mind is a little unstable.
I'm fine, Alia tried to say as calmly as possible. She was panicking a little, forgetting that he could probably tell what was wrong with her just by looking at her. I've just been practicing some more complex magic arts, that's all. It's a weird side effect.
You needn't lie to me.
Sigmund shook his head. Please don't tell anyone, Alia pleaded quietly. Not until morning, at least. Until then, please act as though everything is normal.
Don't worry. I shall respect your wishes.
He nodded, his expression a bit grim, knowing the fact that she didn't have a tether didn't bode well for her.
Just, please, tell me you have a plan.
I'm working on it, Alia sighed, as she unclipped the cloak around her shoulders and held it out to him. She felt so cold and even more exposed without it. Here, you should have your cloak back.
Keep it, if you like it, that is.
He smiled warmly.
It's always more ornamental. I don't really need it anymore.
Are you sure? Alia held it tightly against her chest.
Of course.
He nodded.
Consider it yours.
Thank you. Alia smiled as she put it back on. She looked up at Sigmus, a bit concerned about her next request for him. The last celestial she asked denied her. He was her only hope for her mission being completed if she wasn't around to complete it herself. She knew she could ask him in a way he wouldn't refuse, but she didn't feel right about not giving him a choice. Hey, Sigmus, if anything bad happens to me, do you mind helping this ragtag group stop this war?
Interesting you should ask that. I was already thinking about assisting you.
Sigmus tilted his head back to rest against the wall.
I don't want this world to end up coated in darkness once more. Even in a short time, I can tell this war you speak of will lead down that path. I would greatly enjoy seeing an age of peace and calm alongside you.
Promise me you'll help then? Alia was starting to slip. Even every time her future came into question, it hurt all the more.
I promise.
Sigmus placed a hand on his chest.
As long as I am able to, I shall do everything I can to prevent the future that was my past. I'll help you put a stop to this war.
Thank you. Alia took a deep breath. She had to remain strong a little while longer, and her toughest challenge had yet to come. It was getting hard. She was just feeling so worn.
You should see to your current problem so we can both keep our promises.
Sigmus could tell she was having a hard time. I just need to talk to my brother first. Alia took another deep breath, but it didn't help. It hurt even more. She was running out of time to remain in the city, and she could feel it. She didn't know if she could make it out in time, but she was gonna try.
He's just inside.
Sigmus held his hand out for her, and she took it. She took it as a bit of support as he escorted her in.
He and Kindle have been rather lively with drink tonight.
So I've heard. Alia smiled, seeing them both down a rather large flagon of mead before slamming it down on the table. Kindle seemed almost unaffected, but Zephyr seemed like he was about at his limit.
You want to go another round, old man?
Kindle's words slurred a little. But she really only appeared to be fine.
Oh, you're calling all!
Zephyr leered at her as best as he could, but could barely remain in his seat.
I could go all night, Fireball!
I think that's about enough for you. Alia placed her hand on his shoulder. Just admit defeat and try again another day.
Fine. Ugh, you win, Kindle.
Zephyr leaned back, waving his hand back and forth.
Take my coin.
He pointed to the bag on the table. Him drunk. Yeah. You didn't bet all of your coin, did you? Alia raised an eyebrow at him.
You bet your sweet ass he did.
Kindle smugly snatched it up.
You leave my sister's ass out of this!
Zephyr wrapped his arms around Alia and started using her as support as he glared at Kindle. Oh, mother. Alia rolled her eyes.
Zephyr, perhaps you might want to exercise caution when drinking with fire spirits.
Sigmus smiled as he crossed his arms.
Most of us can simply burn it off. That explains why me and Leo's combined couldn't beat Ash.
Zephyr came to a realization. That makes a strange amount of sense. Alia thought back to those days on the ship, watching all three of them make fools of themselves. It's been a while since I've seen Ash. I hope he's holding up in the order with the war going on. Why the scream?
No spice.
No scream.
Food might be at the door or something.
Maybe.
No.
Inside voice.
No.
Hush.
It's a reading stream. Our words are important.
No borking in the library.
No bork.
There we go. Good girl, baby.
Come here, baby. Come on.
She wanted to add her. She was super spicy earlier today.
Oh my gosh, she was screaming.
She had so much to scream about today.
Did.
You gotta be good. Be good baby.
Alright, you.
What line did you just say?
I hope he's holding up all right in the order with this war going on. He's Zephyr next.
Oh, I thought it was me. Sorry.
Yeah. There we are. Okay, sorry, I lost myself there.
No worries.
He seemed fine last time I visited.
Zephyr pressed his face against Alia's skin, enjoying how cold it was. You don't happen to know where Leos is, do you? Alia's question made him reel back a bit.
Well, I haven't seen him in a long time.
He looked away as he spoke. He crossed his arms and pouted.
He could be anywhere.
Are you jealous?
Kendall sneered and looked at her about to object. He looked at her about to object, but his expression caused her to burst out laughing.
You were, aren't you? Jealous of your own brother?
It's not like that.
Zephyr huffed and marched with the occasional stumble towards the door, slamming it behind him as he went out. Kendall fell out of her chair and started rolling on the floor laughing. I'll go check on him. Alia sighed with a faint smile on her face. Sigmus, could you make sure she doesn't die of laughter?
Sure thing.
He smiled warmly. Alia stepped outside and saw him slumped against a wall. She had gone so long without seeing him, she was starting to regret it now. She wanted more time with him.
I'm not jealous.
Zephyr huffed. The cool night air was helping bring him to his senses, as did the topic of Leos. I know you weren't. Alia leaned against the wall next to him. You guys never made up, did you?
Not exactly.
Zephyr sighed. You never told me what it was you guys were fighting about. Alia looked at him a bit concerned. It must be bad if you still haven't gotten over it.
I'm not sure I remember.
Zephyr lied. He remembered it was about a promise that they had made to each other. Zephyr didn't want to go through with it. Instead, they just parted ways.
Something stupid, I guess.
When you see him next, try and make up, okay? Alia believed him. You might regret it one day. And remember, the captain always said, when you chart your own course through life, you live one without regret.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Zephyr shoved off the wall. Zephyr! Alia clutched lightly the hem of her cloak. He looked at her and could tell she was nervous. She fidgeted a bit under his gaze before she decided she had to say it, since she would hardly ever did. You know I love you, right?
Of course I do.
He smiled warmly and patted her on the head.
I'll always love you, no matter what.
I am really happy to see you again. Alia felt so happy that as he tossed her hair, even though she felt torn to shreds, it was just such a comforting feeling to have him near, doing the same things he always did.
Me too.
He grinned at her and retracted his hand and stretched.
Now, I think I'm gonna walk this off a bit. Why don't you head inside and get some rest? You look tired.
All right, be careful. Alia nodded and watched him walk off down the street, waiting for him to disappear from sight before she headed in the opposite direction. Zephyr was finding the night air rather refreshing as he wandered around a bit, following the narrow roads and taking a turn wherever he felt like it. He'd happily wave to the knights as he passed, and they just let him be since he wasn't causing any trouble. Not that he wanted to. It wasn't every day he heard from his sister how much she loved him. He didn't need to, but it was always something special coming from her. As Zephyr turned down another corner, he physically ran into Eric. Eric was moving so fast that they both lost their footing and fell to the ground.
Oh, watch it, man!
Zephyr sat up rather than standing up right away. He realized it was Eric and saw that he was in a panic.
What, did you catch the attention of some knights or something?
Zephyr, you have to help me.
Eric's body relaxed upon seeing Zephyr, but his panicked expression didn't change one bit.
Earlier, I watched Alia's tether explode.
What? Don't choke like that, man.
Zephyr waved his hand dismissively as he got to his feet.
Tethers don't do that.
Does it look like I'm joking?
Eric raised his voice as he reached up and grabbed Zephyr's shirt, pulling him closer to look him in the eye. Zephyr couldn't recall a time he'd seen Eric look so desperate and angry.
Your sister's life is on the line here. I'm trying to save her.
If she doesn't have a tether, then...
Zephyr trailed off, realizing that her telling him that she loved him was her way of saying goodbye.
In the morning, this town will turn into...
Words are hard.
Okay. In the morning, this town will turn her into a Fomorian.
Eric hated to say those words. He wasn't going to let it happen. He tore the lower half of the list in his hand and slapped it against Zephyr's chest.
This is a list of places in town that sell anything with runes in them. I've hit 6 already, but I can't find anything.
Eric could see a sliver of light on the horizon. Sunrise was just a couple hours away.
There's not much time left. I can't keep searching for them by myself, and you are way faster than me.
To think while she's been suffering, I've just been a drunken fool this whole time.
Zephyr looked stunned as he looked down at the paper in his hand. He grit his teeth in frustration as tears started to sting his eyes.
I haven't changed a bit.
Snap out of it!
Eric slapped him, trying to get him to focus on what was important.
Lament later. Focus on saving her now.
Right.
Zephyr nodded and disappeared into a gust of wind. Eric ran towards the inn. He was no longer going to search for a tether. He had to give in and do what needed to be done. He needed to find her and try to convince her to trust him just a little. And that was all that mattered now.
Sigmus, I need your help.
As soon as Eric entered the inn, he saw Sigmus sitting with drunken Kindle. He slowly approached them, ready to explain as briefly as he could.
She's heading to the northwest side of town.
Sigmus didn't need him to explain. He could tell that Eric was the quickest solution, despite how strongly Alia had expressed her feelings before. While sitting with Kindle, Sigmus was already searching for Eric before he realized the young man was already making his way to him.
She won't be able to hold her form much longer, so you better hurry.
Thanks.
Eric left just as quickly as he entered.
What the hell was that about?
Kindle leered at Sigmus. She felt as though she was missing something.
I'll let you know in the morning, perhaps when you aren't so drunk.
Sigmus snickered and took a sip of tea.
I can do that right now.
Hydrate, bitches! That's the end of that one. And speaking of hydration, I need more.
Snack break, hydration break.
Back. Intermission. Beep, beep, beep.
Everybody enjoying the trauma?
Trauma and drama.
Oh no.
What I do best.
It's the shit we live for.
I agree. Yawn is the mood.
EP Sunday. I don't want to go back to work.
I feel ya.
I'm ready for this to be work. Well, that's a lie. I'm not ready for this to be work. I'm ready for this to be my breadwinner.
Right.
Streaming to be the breadwinner, not an actual job. We say every stream.
I'm gonna use the restroom real quick, so I'll be right back, chat.
You're stuck with me. Chat, what crimes are we going to commit while everyone's gone? I'm feeling violent today.
Remembering something, are you?
Yeah, you said the name and I was like, wait a goddamn second. Okay.
You're still stuck with Aria, chat.
Even longer with me, everybody. I might eat my cookie in the intermission. Snackies. Yeah. Oh, I don't know if you guys fully understand. Download's a convenience store, yo. You'll share, right? There's a lot of shit in the background for all this. A lawnmower, you say? Do you need one, or are you just taking one because you can? Which is fine, honestly. When Sumi comes back, I wanna talk with her about a thing. You just want one? Why? Then you have to mow lawns. Fuck that shit.
Alrighty, I'm back, chat. Alright, let's see. I got my ginger. Last character I voiced was Cygnus. Oh no.
I don't need fire to warm your body, my dear.
Man, when characters get brought to life.
It's a dangerous thing.
Oh shit, maybe I should think of a thing for Gwen. Big mommy energy.
Mommy?
So, I realized you put Ash in here.
Yeah.
Which is funny because we didn't make it very far in that.
We didn't, no.
But Ash is a staple on the crew, eh?
Yeah.
The little, which is funny because I clipped and fired perfect.
Oh no.
Me thinking of Ash and Ash out drinking Zephyr and Leo's.
It's funny.
It is really funny. My sweet little boy. The literal fetus of the Fae world.
At least in that age.
In that age, yes.
Baby.
It's been 200 years since then, so.
Not so baby. But he was. that was the
baby.
idea. It's funny too because I'm looking at the character profile I made for him and I'm like, when the fuck did I think of that? I don't remember any of that. I was like, that sounds goddamn cool.
I'm pretty sure it helped you with it because Ash was already a pre-existing character. You just said I would yoink him.
Okay. That makes more sense.
Yeah, because I didn't have too much for him aside from what was kind of written in these chapters, actually.
So I just put some more stuff in there.
Yeah, you're giving him more flavor.
We should really work on that one.
I know. And if you look at some of a certain character of mine in that, you'll get the reference of why Alia went by Adele.
Oh, actually, I think I do know. Yes, I do know.
Yeah, mommy.
Yeah. God damn, mommy. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Y'all
that's
don't
for some other time.
If we ever start work on that again,
Yeah.
we should. It was what little we got was fun.
Yeah.
There's some really fun characters, and I really want my children back. I want to do trauma with my children.
For sure. Could do some silly writing stuffs.
At some point, we definitely should. I'm glad that these character profiles are here, though, because I don't know where these are. I don't know if I actually wrote them down somewhere or not. I have the drawings. I still have the character, designs for these. That's right, you did do that PowerPoint. We'll have to figure out a time. Figure out a time when you can do that. Because I need to know the location of the pipe bombs. I think we all need to know where those are. And also your presentations are just fun. We'll find a time to do that. Free content.
Free content. Wow.
I mean, are we gonna do it the same? Are you just gonna do it on the Discord and whoever is available to do it, or do you want to do it as a stream? Because we didn't stream your first presentation.
That's true. We can fix that. I wasn't there for the Discord presentation because I had to work. So
True.
I don't know. We'll talk about it later. Yeah.
Yeah?
We can discuss it in the Discord.
Sorry.
What is that gift?
I've seen it before, but it always just makes me. That is me. That is a gif of me.
Cheese.
Cheese. I am Kirby with cheese, and I am not sorry. Cheese. Anyway, Angston said.
Sorry, now I'm looking at Discord.
I had to bring up the cheese thing.
Cheese. Ooh.
Mm-mm.
Oh.
Good stuff on the Discord.
Yes. Always. Okay.
Sorry, I'm eating a snickerdoodle.
Oh, you're good.
When you get started, I can stop eating. I just
stretch.
My mom and I got cookies last night. And Crumble was doing snickerdoodles, so of course I had to get a snickerdoodle.
You can give me one?
Sorry. My mom paid, so.
Fair enough. Snickerdoodles are my fucking favorite.
And the way Crumble does them is so fucking fast, dude.
Snickerdoodles are the best fucking cookie. Okay. Record 19. The distant dawn light filtered through the trees in the park. The mono-lanterns were still aglow, shimmering off the still water in the cracked fountain at the heart of the park. Alia leaned forward and looked into the surface of the water. She saw the discoloration on her skin in the reflection that met her gaze. She bit her lip and turned away. She started to run. She needed to get out of the city, but her body betrayed her, falling onto the cold brick pathways of the park.
Alia.
Eric watched as she fell, running as fast as he could to her side, his heart pounding, worried that he was already too late. Stop! Don't come closer! Alia yelled before he got close. He froze in place, even though she looked like she was in pain. She was gripping her chest tightly, and as her form began to change, her hair turned into fins, the exact same length and coloring, the white that faded to azure. Similar fins flowing out from beneath her cloak and curled around her body. The bit of skin he could see was now coated in azure and black scales that shimmered in the dawn lighting. Her long tail that had the same fins splayed out at the tip flicked out from beneath her cloak as she shifted her weight to her hips since she could no longer kneel. Yeah, you're getting it, you know. But soon, you'll get there. Eric was stunned by how beautiful her true form looked. She looked at him, agony and fear etched on her face that broke his heart to see. She quickly averted her gaze. Don't look at me. Not like this. Her voice was trembling as she reached up with her free hand and pulled her cloak around her to better hide her true form. He felt obliged to follow her request. He looked down to the ground in front of him.
Alia, please let me help you.
He could still see the elegant shimmering blue and white in his peripheral vision.
You won't be able to take this darkness much longer.
Never! Alia hissed as she curled into herself in more pain. She knew he was right, but she didn't want to cave into what he was getting at. Never again will I have a human tether. I'd rather die. So unless you want to kill me, then you can't help me.
Are you really willing to do that to your friends that are counting on you?
Eric raised his voice as he squeezed his eyes shut.
Are you really going to do that to your brother, Zephyr? If you let yourself become a Fomorian, then you'll hurt them, not to mention this town. If you died instead, it would leave an even deeper scar.
His words pierced her stronger than the darkness that was creeping into her body. She slowly looked up at him. Pure shock had taken over when she saw a genuine look of sadness and regret contorted on his face.
Think about them and ask yourself, is hurting them because of your own pride really worth it when you can still do something about it?
She was speechless. His words came from personal experience, and she could get a vague sense of that. At that moment, she felt like she was seeing the real Eric for the first time.
Please!
He opened his eyes, but didn't look at her directly as he reached out his hand, his cheeks bright red.
Alia, use me as your tether, at least until you find another one.
I don't get it. Why do you care so much about me? Alia felt tears stinging in her eyes. You keep trying to protect me, but I've done nothing but be cruel to you.
I probably deserve it.
Eric knelt down next to her, his eyes closed, his head down.
I made a promise to myself a long time ago. I would do whatever it took to protect spirits. Spirits are more important to this world than we humans could ever be. If it came down to your life or mine, I wouldn't hesitate to give up mine for yours.
He paused, and Alia didn't know what to say. He always seemed selfish to her, but his actions seemed to support the fact that he had a code. When he wasn't acting fake and cheery, he seemed to be like a good person. He reminded her very much of the captain of the Blackbriar Pirates.
Alia?
His tender voice broke the silence. He tilted his head in her direction, still not looking her way.
Is it okay if I look at you?
Yes, Alia agreed hesitantly. She looked at her. He looked at her and couldn't help but drink in the beauty of her form. A sweet smile filled with sadness fell across his face, the thought that it could be lost any moment now if the darkness took her and corrupted everything about it.
Alia, I'm going to save you whether you like it or not.
Eric held out his hand towards her again, shifting to a kneeling position. He had a determined expression that still held a bit of distress and urgency.
So please, tell me your name in the ancient language, so that I don't have to give you a new one. I don't want that power over you.
You'll have it regardless. How do I know you won't use the power to control me? Fear that the past would repeat itself again filled her. She didn't want to lose as much as she had last time. She wasn't sure if it was even possible to lose anymore, but she didn't want to find out.
I swear it on my life and my sword that I would never do anything to hurt you like that.
There was power behind his words. It was as though he spoke an oath that was already binding him to her. She looked in his eyes, and a meaningful voice made her want to trust him. It was just so hard to bring herself to do it. The only thing she felt she could lose at this point was her life. At this point in her life was her family. And despite the rivalry between him and Zephyr, she didn't see Eric as a threat. Mamayasku Navjulu, Alia whispered her name in the ancient language of the spirits as her webbed hand reached out, releasing her cloak to rest in his hand. In that moment, he caught a glimpse of the scar that he thought he had seen before while she slept. He knew he didn't imagine it. He didn't have time to dwell on it as she cringed in pain once again in the encroaching darkness. He pushed that thought to the back of his mind as he returned to what he needed to keep her from keep her from being in more pain.
Sacred waters that ebb and flow, grant me your strength, and I will grant you protection. Ameyasku Najuo. Etch your name across my heart, and let your soul dwell next to mine. So is the bond of you and I.
As Eric spoke, he felt the surge of water mana flowing into him, like waves on the ocean crashing against his body. Alia's true form slowly melted away until she looked just like a human again. She grew limp and started falling backwards. Eric tightened his grip on her hand and pulled her into his arms. She was out cold, breathing softly, her face at ease. Eric sighed in relief. All the tension and stress left him as he looked down at her sleeping face. Eric felt the exhaustion creeping in as he carefully scooped her up and carried her back to the inn. When he approached the front door, it was opened by Sigmus. He greeted Eric with a relieved smile as he stood aside to let them in. Eric noticed that Sigmus was the only one in the lobby, and that there wasn't staff. Even the tavern portion was rather void of patrons.
What happened to Kendall?
Eric inquired as they walked towards the hall that would lead to the rooms.
Tobias returned from their own night crusade.
Sigmus laughed lightheartedly.
She was scolding them in their room.
I guess it's better this way, then.
Eric looked down at the sleeping water spirit in his arms.
I think she didn't want to worry anyone.
I was awaiting your return. However, I have to say I'm a bit surprised. Is you carrying her back and not the other way around?
Sigmus opened the door to Alia's room for Eric to take her in.
Most humans lose consciousness at the sudden surge of mana.
I'm just wired differently, I guess.
Built different.
For real.
Eric shrugged it off. He gently set Alia down on the bed.
I am tired too, but I think it's just from the all-nighters.
Eric yawned and stretched.
Hey, you wouldn't happen to be able to tell how far my sanctum for her extends, would you?
Unfortunately, I cannot.
Sigmus shook his head slowly.
Your bond is still too fresh. Best wait until both your bodies adjust to the changes to test any distance.
Then I guess I'm napping in here.
Eric walked over to the rather comfortable-looking chair in the corner. He rested his sword against the wall next to the window and plopped down into the chair.
If it's not too much, could you find Zephyr and let him know that I'm her tether until we find her a new one? Let the others know what's up to.
It shouldn't be a problem.
Sigmus nodded as he stepped out of the room, closing the door behind him.
Sorry!
You tethered with my sis? Not cool, bro!
Built different, built stupid, built to be topped.
I mean, you're not wrong.
Oh my!
I've seen the art. I have access to the Dropbox here.
How'd you like my drama chat? Did you cry?
He's
you better
good.
have.
They want the keys.
So do I.
Their bond is still too fresh.
I'm glad. Yeah, when I initially started writing a lot of this, like, that was one of the various scenes that I looked forward to writing the most, but I refused to let myself, like, write it ahead of time, specifically so that I would bridge that gap. I would get to that point. There's a few scenes that I do that with. I have, like, milestones. Because sometimes I will write ahead in, like, a different document, but sometimes I just go with the flow.
Bro, if I think of a scene and I really like the idea and like the flow of it, I have to write it down. I can't just like wait for that shit, otherwise it's gonna get lost. And then I'm gonna be pissed when I get to the point where I'm like, God damn it, this is where this fits, but I didn't write it down.
It'd be like that.
I don't have the mood for it anymore.
Bruh. Bruh.
It's hydration and snacky time.
Indeed.
Quicker intermission.
Actually, before we start the next chapter, I'll take Sammy out real quick.
Yeah, I'll go for it.
Be right back, chat.
Hang on, what's the next track?
I know, that show is cute.
Yeah, that's more chill. And a lot of the times in writing, I have a hard time, like, not, like, hyper-focusing on Eric and Alia interactions.
The ship is too strong.
It's so strong! I just love their dynamic. It's so good.
Utilitarian, yes. Nothing
Still
more
too
behind
soon.
it.
She'd still punch him.
She's not ready for that commitment yet.
She's not. It's okay, he'd enjoy it anyway. He's such a little masochist.
We love him.
Yes, you want to say hi. Listen, I don't know that yet.
No spoilers.
She still punched him. Also, round of applause for T for helping me edit shit. I don't think I would have gotten through this as quickly as I had without T's help.
I don't think it was very loud, but...
And I'm back.
Snack with time.
Pupper has received snackos.
Happy puppies.
You're not that far off, though. I don't know if it's 35, but...
Oh jeez, I just quickly saw Kirby getting vibe checked there. Oh, was there a snake in the box? Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I'll do... Doing a chapter every other day was kind of a bitch. But we really wanted to do another one so soon, so... Crank that shit out.
I love our Church of Ass and Titties. On an unrelated note.
Praise be the ass and titties.
Praise the Church of Booty and stand the Temple of Theology.
That's a thigh squish, though. Yes.
Yes.
Man, I can't wait for the day when we can just make really horny models. like
I'm
up there.
I mean, I'm working on the Pyah redesign right now.
Body is a temple. Get inside and pray for salvation. Woo!
If my body is a temple, I want some crusaders to wreck it from the inside.
Please.
No. I'm not fucking religious zealots. No, thank you. That was just for the joke.
No, I mean, you could call anybody a crusader. They don't actually have to be an asshole like that. I deem this one a crusader. Now get in and wreck me.
Yes.
Deus Vult. Yes, reclaim my holy land, please and thank you.
It's ready and waiting.
Chai.
Was the Forza thumbnail a sneak peek?
Oh, that wasn't necessarily sneaky. That was my first time using Clip Studio. And it's so much easier to use than Sketchbook.
Yeah.
So much easier, and just has so many cool little factors you can use with it.
Yeah.
Having folders is a lifesaver.
Fuck yeah, it is.
And actually
Especially
having
if you're gonna make a model, dude.
and actually having pen pressure is just
yeah.
it's so nice.
We like pen pressure. Makes artists nut.
Mm-hmm.
I know when I was, for the longest time, I was using Ibis Paint, I believe. Because I couldn't afford like a new tablet, so I just did shit on my phone and my me mobile tablet. And then for a while, they didn't actually have pen pressure on that one. I was so sad.
Bummer.
But then they added it, and I was like,
Let's go!
yes! Because, like, it's so much extra work to add weight to your lines without pen pressure. And I'm a lazy fuck, so. Just because I know how to do it doesn't mean I want to. Anyway.
Next record?
We good to go?
Yeah.
We got a lot of records to get through today.
We do, yeah. Record 20. The early morning light slowly warmed the city of craftsmen. The sun forges began heating the town with a lively bustle. As Cygnus walked the streets, he listened to the chatter of the townsfolk, and the talk of the town was centered around the twin belfry that stood where the old one once was. It was practically near completion. Cygnus chuckled to himself when he realized what Turbius was up to last night. As soon as he passed by, he could sense their mana infused all throughout the structure. So much so, he could see it relatively clearly without expending any of his own mana to coat the surface. He didn't linger very long. He had to try and find Zephyr to put the frantic wind spirit's mind at ease. Tracking him in a sea of unfamiliar mana wasn't difficult, as he committed his new companion's mana to memory as they descended the mountain the day before.
Cygnus, I need your help.
Zephyr spotted the tall celestial amidst the busy street. Cygnus heard the panic in his voice.
The imminent danger Aelia was facing is past for the time being. You needn't fret anymore.
Cygnus explained. The news put Zephyr's pounding heart at ease. He sighed in relief.
Eric found her a new tether in time. That's good, I guess. Knowing him, though, he stole it.
Zephyr crossed his arms in annoyance.
Actually, he became her tether himself.
Cygnus informed him.
They are currently resting back at the inn.
What?
Zephyr dropped his arms and clenched his fist.
There's no way she would have agreed to that.
He began to run back to the inn, but Cygnus grabbed him by the collar before he could run past.
Time was not on our side to obtain an alternative. For the time being, they're resting, so let them be.
Zen's got the script.
60 chapters.
60 chapters. No, not 60, unfortunately. But we'll get there. Baby, no scream. Sigmus couldn't understand why these two siblings were so against the idea. Neither of them really explained it, but he wasn't one to pry. If they were willing, they would open up to him about it.
I don't like this.
Zephyr huffed and eased up on trying to leave.
Her old tether explodes, which is already unnatural. The only thing to see is a shifty thief who's now her tether.
From what I can tell, Mana is a constant state of flux with her abilities, as a celestial kinbound.
Sigmus explained his analysis of Alia's well-being.
Whatever abilities she is receiving from the celestial she is bound to cannot be obtained in a static tether. That's why I suggested it when we met first. It's likely for that reason the tether exploded, rather than breaking or disintegrating when a spirit outgrows it.
She was a lot stronger since I last saw her.
Zephyr placed a hand on his chin.
She never really told me that much about why she went to Azurus. I thought it had to do with her historical research. Maybe there's more to it.
Perhaps it was some sort of deal they made. Personally, the kinbound I kept were very trusted, so I'm not sure I can really speculate on that matter.
The spite Sigmus felt toward the kinbound who betrayed him rose up for a moment, but he kept it to himself. A thought occurred to him. He felt leery to take any more kinbound himself because of one. He couldn't help but wonder if Ollie and Zephyr's circumstances were similar. Curiosity was getting the better of him.
Forgive me if this is a sore subject. Feel free to withhold an answer. But why is it you and Alia don't have a tether with humans?
The last time we tethered with a human we trusted.
Zephyr took a sharp breath and a dark shadow casted across his face. The air around him, that was normally a warm, pleasant breeze, quickly grew stagnant and cold.
He betrayed us, enslaved us and stole something incredibly important to us. He had no indicators of ill intent, no matter how much I racked my memory. Even after we broke free and buried him, we never got back what we lost, and Alia was never the same.
I understand.
Sigmus hung his head.
There are humans that act far crueler than most demons, that don't emit a shred of darkness. That is by far one of the most terrifying beings in this world.
Sigmus paused and tilted his head back towards the direction of the inn.
Even so, I don't think Eric is like that. I may not have known all of you for long, but I believe he is the right fit.
Why, though?
Zephyr tilted his head, a bit confused as to why Sigmus was vouching to Eric so much.
He may act like he cares only about himself, but his actions betray him. He spent the whole night looking for an object that she would use as a tether before he offered himself. All the while, he was depriving himself of sleep, pushing past his basic human limit.
A soft but proud smile graced Sigmus's lips.
What more do you need for him to prove his worth?
I guess you're right.
Zephyr sighed bitterly, looking defeated.
I know I tend to be overprotective when it comes to Alia. I should talk to her first before I try to jump to her defense. Right now, I don't think they'll be able to fight an object she could even use. I spoke with one of the craftsman guilds, and they said earlier this week the Water and Fire Legions bought out all the weapons in the town of their relative element to bolster their forces. If we had a water rune, we could have one crafted. But you're right. Eric is the only option, whether we want to change it or not. I'd feel more comfortable if we had Regulus back, or if it wasn't in their hands.
Regulus. That is the living weapon Eric relinquished to Alia, correct?
Sigmus recalled the strange mana signature coming from it. Not only did it have its own mana, but it was also drawing in mana from the surroundings, much like how spirits and humans draw it in subconsciously to replenish their own. He never witnessed any sort of magic art like that, but he could tell from the complex mixture of high magic arts.
Living weapon, huh?
Zephyr nodded.
I guess that's a good way of putting it. It's incredibly powerful and dynamic in the right hands. Not even its creator could fathom its true potential. No one knows what it's fully capable of. It can do a lot of things. The one thing it can do that nothing else can is break the bond to a tether.
I see. You want in the event history repeats itself.
Sigmus crossed his arms.
Currently it resides in the room they are resting in. If it concerns you so much, you could go and take it.
No. As tempting as that is, we made a deal. It's for Alia to decide what to do with it.
Zephyr scratched the back of his head. Albeit a bit late, he processed the rest of what Sigma said, and then his annoyance flared back up.
Wait! They're in the same room?!
Yes, Mana has yet to stabilize after all. He did not want to risk distance breaking the fresh bond.
Sigmus was confused as to why he was getting so irritated again.
You left that womanizing punk alone with my sister?!
Zephyr raised his voice.
Zephyr, I assure you, they are sleeping.
Sigmus was growing annoyed with Zephyr's mistrust of Eric.
Expect him, or even both of them, to be out for a whole day, if not more, given the nature of Alias Mana. Even then, they may need 2 or 3 days before they actually stabilize enough for travel. Your time would be better spent finding someone else to occupy your time rather than worrying.
Sigmus started heading back in the direction of the inn. Zephyr quickly followed, and just a step behind. As they passed the belfry, Zephyr took a double take.
Wait a second, I've been running around town most of the night. When did this happen?
Zephyr stopped, looking up at the nearly completed identical structures.
Apparently Turbius was also rather busy last night.
Sigma smirked in amusement.
Is that why there's 2 instead of 1?
Zephyr laughed.
Excuse me?
A woman called out to them from the designated construction zone.
Did I hear correctly? You know who did this?
She approached the 2 spirits with the blueprints in hand. She had a fervently curiosity in her eyes. Despite her serious expression, she didn't look angry.
Possibly.
Zephyr voiced with hesitation, mildly concerned given that Turbius was an earth spirit, as well as being pursued by a group in the Empire. He didn't want to get them in trouble.
Please, I need to meet them.
She grabbed onto Zephyr's hand, a sudden desperation in her expression.
What for? Isn't this structure near completion?
Sigmus shared in Zephyr's concern.
They may have saved you time, but you can't complete it on your own.
No, it's not like that.
She eased up and opened the plans. Zephyr looked down at them, seeing there were only plans for 1 tower.
I redesigned the structure based on the original with an upgraded internal mechanism. Whatever Faye built this structure took my design and duplicated it.
She rolled up the designs and bounced with excitement as she turned around and turned her attention back to her only lead.
It's brilliant, though. The mechanism I originally had in mind was more complex. I had to dumb it down. I want their help modifying the design so the Ironheart Guild can make the appropriate pieces for the mechanism, since it can now be split among the 2. I want to know their thought process behind it and what inspired them. Also, I have to thank them.
You are quite passionate about this.
Sigma smiled warmly at her. It warmed his heart to hear others excitedly talk about what they loved doing. It was one of his favorite things in the world to hear.
We will discuss it with them. The situation of our party is a bit delicate right now, but we'll do our best to arrange a meeting later today.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
She bounced with a cheerful grin on her face.
I'll likely be here. If not, ask the workers about me.
She stopped and gave an apologetic smile upon realizing that she had been babbling on, but they didn't even know her name.
Oh, I'm sorry, I never introduced myself. I'm Arissa Lynn. If they'd rather meet in private, I understand. Just name a place and I'll be there.
The 2 spirits made their way back to the inn. Sigmus went and retrieved Kindle, who was still reprimanding Turbius, while Zephyr went to get Breeze and Pre. Zephyr really wanted to peek in on Ollie and Eric, but Sigmus was already standing in his way. They all settled in the lounge area of the lobby. Zephyr did the most of the talking as he explained what happened last night as much as he could. When he finished, everyone was silent, and they stared at him with shock on their faces.
She didn't even say anything.
Tur voiced quietly in disbelief. Turbius felt upset they didn't notice when she talked with him. We didn't even notice anything was wrong, Bia said as they both hung their heads.
Did that really happen last night?
Kindle placed a hand over her mouth. She had no idea Alia was in so much trouble while she was just drinking the night away. She quickly grew annoyed, considering no one had told her. She smacked Sigmus's arm as hard as she could, though he didn't even flinch, as she still reprimanded him.
You knew this whole time and you didn't tell me?
She grabbed Zephyr by the collar and pulled him down to her level.
You too! You should have brought me into this the second you found out!
I'm sorry. If I'd thought about it, I would have.
Zephyr winced at Kindle's strength.
I only had one thing on my mind after Eric told me.
Next time someone in this team is in trouble, you need to tell all of us.
Kindle let him go and crossed her arms with a huff.
We're all supposed to look out for each other.
Ah! Breeze, who was silent this whole time, shouted in frustration as she started tugging on her hair. I can't believe I missed so much last night! That was prime observation material!
What were you doing last night?
Tur leaned in over her shoulder. Yeah, we didn't see you all night. Beas leaned in on the other side.
She wanted to try sleeping.
Pre voiced from atop her head. He was amused by Breeze's reaction. Alia does it so often, and I never have because I don't want to miss anything. I wanted to understand what it was like. Breeze pouted.
Alia's always been like that ever since she was born.
Baby priorities. You can write your fanfic about the Protex some other time. She only does the facts. She doesn't write fanfiction. Oh, shit. There we go. Zephyr laughed.
She's a bit of an odd in that aspect. She's more human sometimes.
She's a siren, correct?
Sigmus inquired, thinking he might know why.
Yes.
Zephyr confirmed, a bit taken aback at how quickly he picked up on that.
Her voice is always laced with mana. Every time she speaks, she's expending mana. It's likely she needs to sleep because she doesn't pull enough mana subconsciously to compensate. Quicker mana regeneration is the main benefit spirits can get from sleeping, after all.
Yeah, when you put it that way, it does make sense.
Zephyr nodded.
I don't know why I never thought of that.
So her voice always influences people then? Breeze clicked what Sigmus was implying.
Yeah, that's why she tries her best to be careful with the way she phrases things. It's also why she's really good at shortcasting, too.
Zephyr confirmed.
Oh, you know now. Hold on. Oh, you know now that I think about it, she was very careful about the way she talked about finding people to help her with her mission.
Kindle thought back to when she first ran into Alia in the alleyways of Galet.
She could have been really underhanded about it, but she wasn't.
She's always been good with words. Well, she never wants anyone to feel like they're forced to help her. She wants it to be your choice.
Zephyr smiled with pride.
She's especially hesitant to use her on our friends, even if it would benefit them.
She's so cool.
I'm... Oh, that's you.
What?
Turbius said in unison.
I need to go have a word with her now.
Kindle was annoyed with the fact that she didn't immediately come to them for help, rather than handling it on her own. She started marching towards the hall that led to the rooms.
Hold it.
Sigmus placed a hand firmly on her head, effectively stopping her in her tracks.
Let them rest. If we disrupt their recovery, then Eric's body might reject her. Then we'd be back at square one with no backup.
Kindle huffed and put a mental pin in it to yell at her about it later.
Do you think we should try to find her another one?
Tur tilted his head in concern. Just in case it doesn't take. He has finished his twin's thought, doing the same, tilting his head, and doing the same head tilt, mirrored as they always move.
I'd like to, but we won't find anything in town right now thanks to the war.
Zephyr crossed his arms and pouted.
It's true. I've not been able to detect a suitable vessel in this town.
Sigmus had been searching the whole area when he was following Zephyr's trail. His expression warmed as he shifted topics.
I have something far better to occupy our time for now. Well, at least for Turbius anyway. It would seem that the architect was very impressed with what you did last night, even though it wasn't exactly to her specifications.
She was really stoked to meet you two.
Zephyr beamed at them.
She wanted to say thank you and ask some questions about your idea behind it.
Oh, hell yeah.
Turbius cheered in unison. They were happy. They were happy their work impressed someone. They were more than happy to talk to the architect.
Wait, does she know there are spirits?
Kindle hissed, getting protective of her brothers, worried it might be a trap.
Well, she didn't say.
Zephyr shrugged, his expression dimming, understanding what she was thinking.
She did say it was possible to meet in private.
Sigma suspected that in some way the architect understood that it was an earth spirit that words are hard. Sigma suspected that in some way the architect understood it was an earth spirit when she offered to do so. After all, anyone could deduce that much work could only be done by an earth spirit in such a short amount of time.
Well, that would make me feel a little better.
Kindle knew she couldn't completely deny the boys, especially if this woman was genuine. It wouldn't be the first time they came across some people grateful for Turbius.
Zephyr, you'd be faster. Why don't you go arrange something with Arissa?
Sigma suggested, as he figured it would be a good distraction for Zephyr as well.
Sure thing.
Zephyr nodded. He shifted his attention to Kindle.
Should we meet here, or do we want to go somewhere else?
Well, just in case, why don't we go somewhere else?
Kindle was grateful Zephyr was being considerate of her paranoia.
There's a tavern on the corner.
Zephyr pointed in the direction that the tavern was.
How's that sound?
Works for us.
Oops. I forget sometimes. Turbius cheered in unison. They skipped out on the drinking last night and were ready for a round after hearing all that happened down under their noses.
Sweet. Meet us there and I'll bring her if she's not too busy.
Zephyr smiled as he left. That's the record. Also, I realized I forgot. This is Arissa.
There she is. Oh, look at the good girl.
Cute.
I
architect.
forgot to share.
I like the scroll she has in her in her hands.
She's cute.
Kitty.
Cute. Also, I realize my buttons are out of order here.
Head pat out of 10.
Oh, well, no, maybe they're not out of order. Guess that's right. Oh, well, it doesn't matter. I can deal with it. More hydration required.
There's another character there I didn't notice. Okay.
Mama Mona.
Mama Mona.
Don't fuck with Mama Mona.
She'll fuck you up.
Why is my pen not working? No, this is a new pen. Why?
One in the cat over there.
Bean.
Thank you.
Oh, Noodle. I know life is so very hard.
Maybe they just don't like the snowpad.
It depends on if you're probably on the blue part.
Huh, weird.
Or,
Thank you.
Yes, baby. You will get fun time when we are done, honey. And also, Neko came home, so she's like, Bunny? Bunny gets stuff now?
Feed the mocha?
Silly little bunny. one of my coworkers was talking about how she thinks bunnies are super, super cute. And I was like, if you ever want to cuddle a bunny, we've got an old man bunny that really likes cuddles now. And she's like, oh, it's like, if you want to stop by the house someday, you can come cuddle a bunny. He would enjoy it. He likes sitting on my titties.
That's true.
It's comfy. When we do pull him out, he likes sitting on my titties.
Oh, hi, baby. You want to do the squeeze in here?
You gotta let go.
No, watch out. I'm going to scoot in.
There's no right here.
Okay, fine. I appeased the dog for a short second. Sorry, Chad. The dog laid in front of me. I can't quite scoot all the way in.
Alright, come here.
Cultured bun.
Come here, baby.
There she goes.
Come on.
Good girl.
Yes, you're good.
Yeah.
Good baby.
Good. Ah.
Sweet honey.
What am I caught on? Oh, my blanket.
Fucking wheels.
Wheels on carpet. Ah. Wow. Okay. So much to get through today. Some chapters long, some chapters short.
Such as the
Either way, I'm out of breath. Get comfy. How's it going, chat? Are you enjoying it so far? You better be.
This is a threat.
It's a threat. I'll stop.
No, you won't.
No.
That is an empty threat.
The only thing is, I'll keep writing it, just they wouldn't get it.
Gaming well.
Having fun. Good. Very good.
I counter your threat with another threat. You activated my trap card. I really love that, like, it is just very obvious that any kid that grew up with Yu-Gi-Oh! Has very certain triggers. And, like, the way to summon them, like, there's a clip out there of Ver and Enna. And Enna, like, mentions something about Yu-Gi-Oh! And Ver is like, Blue Eyes White Dragon!
Yeah, he goes off.
And I was like, I feel that in my soul,
I feel like
dude.
that sometimes, bruh.
I am also one of those children. I am also triggered by Yu-Gi-Oh stuff, but only the classic Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yeah, I'll need to show you Solid JJ's new video. He did another Yu-Gi-Oh joint.
Oh
good.
no!
It's great.
I'm ready. Oh man! Now I just kind of want to watch like the OG Yu-Gi-Oh again. I can't tell you how many times I've actually watched that. It's so fucking dumb.
Something. Pot of greed.
Sounds about right.
It's so cheesy and terrible, and I fucking love it. Yu-Gi-Oh! Watch along when?
TV?
You guys would watch that with me, right?
They probably would, yeah.
I've also been thinking about watching like some of the earlier Pokemon movies again. 'cause
Oh,
it's been a while.
Pokemon movie marathon?
Yeah.
There's actually a part in this coming up that is inspired by a part in, what is it, the 9th or 10th movie? The one with Darkrai. But you'll know it when you see it, if you've seen the movie.
Well, like a couple of years ago, Sumi and I went on that trip of watching like all the Pokemon movies.
I like doing that every once in a while. It's fun.
Me too, T. It's actually right in the bookshelf next to me. I think I only have like half the Orange Islands arc, but I do have it on I have it on DVD. My mom got it for me, and I have the first like 6 movies on DVD. My mom also got this for me. But I kind of want to watch like the OG ones too, like a certain movie, probably like. I could probably live without Destiny Deoxys, but I could go up to like the one after that, because those are like the OGs for me. Anything after that, it gets kind of weird for me.
Yeah, I don't think I watched past the one with I'm spacing on the Pokemon's name right now. The little star guy, Jirachi. That's the last one I saw.
That's probably the last one I would go to. That's
yeah, Ash dies in the first movie.
Yeah,
Yeah.
let's be real.
Yeah, Pokemon the movie and Pokemon 2000 are goated.
Yeah, they
That's
are
some good
pretty
shit.
great.
I like 3 though. 3 is also very good with Entei.
yes.
Because Dan Green voices Entei.
Of course.
How did I not become a furry? You know, whatever.
Lamau.
It's also very sweet. It's
Oh, yes,
also a
for
really
sure.
sweet story. And
It is.
I like that one.
Yeah, I really like the Diamond and Pearl series because they all like build on each other.
Mm-hmm.
It's just really fucking great.
Yeah.
I enjoy those a lot.
Well, after you want
It's
to
also
be
my favorite generation. But,
Yeah.
still though, like among the movies, like you would think the Lucario one would be my favorite, given Lucario is my favorite boy.
Oh.
But no, it is. I'd actually have to say I think the Giratina one might be my favorite one. That was fun.
Yeah, we'll have to do some member streams and get ourselves caught up on the newer ones as well.
Yeah. Pokemon movie marathon.
Let's fucking go. Before we do that, though, I do have a new anime. New anime? Not really new, but new to me that we need to watch.
Ooh.
That we need to. I'm not going to tell you what it is.
Oh, another secret!
No.
Sumi will, I think, like it.
Oh.
It has Sayu in it.
It's not Hell's
Fine,
Paradise, is it?
No,
Oh, okay.
it is something different that I had no idea existed, and it's by Mappa.
Oh,
Oh.
okay. My interest is piqued.
It's going to be a ride.
I remember seeing about that, I think.
It's an older anime. No, well, not old, but like
Couple of years.
a couple years older.
Yeah.
So
I recall seeing stuff, perusing Mappa's,
yeah,
bullshit.
those are your quote unquote spoilers. It's by Mappa and it has Alejandro. Saab in it.
Saab.
So
My Oshi.
yeah, I'm good boy.
Anyway.
Enough distractions.
That's distraction. Oh, whatever.
Zatsu's in between chapters.
That's kind of what it is. Gotta give the vocals a little bit of a rest. Because sometimes they'll rehydrate. Get chat while their snackies in.
Bathroom breaks.
Record 21. Given that it was in the morning, the tavern wasn't all that busy. There was a handful of patrons in the restaurant half having breakfast. A few haunted souls lurked at the bar that were either there all night or the rough times were catching up with them. The staff was rather warm and inviting. A beast of a woman stood behind the bar. Greeted everyone who came in with a hearty hello. The waitresses were both spirits and humans alike, wearing the same uniform. Kendall opted to have everyone settle in the corner of the restaurant portion, close to the back exit, and a clear view of the rest of the place. She will break you, yes. Those arms aren't just made for scrubbing. Mama Mona will bust a cap in your ass. She crushes boulders with her hands, yes. Not that they'd have any issues bailing out of the place after escaping an imperial nights in the capital. Why did I have to come along too? Breeze pouted as she settled at the table. She didn't want to miss any more developments with Alia's story.
There's not much else for you to do right now with those two asleep.
Bree snickered as he hopped from her head to her lap.
We might as well see what's going on here.
You're quite attached to Alia, aren't you, Breeze?
Miss smiled, sitting next to her. Am I? Breeze tilted her head, thinking about it.
I'd say so.
Bree nodded.
After all, you were willing to step out of your comfort zone and leave Gaylette for the first time because of her. You've stuck to her like glue since.
Her story is just so fascinating, though. Breeze lit up thinking about it. I've learned so much following her around. Also, I want to know more about her abilities and if she can stop this war.
Do you think she can?
Sigmus tilted his head towards the group as though to ask everyone more than just Breeze. 1 second. Okay. I don't know. Breeze placed a finger on her cheek. She fought Valarius and lost. She faced you and got taken out pretty quick. So I don't know if she's strong enough to beat a Celestial.
Well, she didn't have us the first time.
Tur grinned with confidence. And she was pretty unprepared against Sigmus. Beatrice crossed his arms and nodded fervently.
Together, we got this.
Terbius was very confident in their little motley crew and had faith in Alia leading them. Whenever she had enough time to plan, they could conquer anything, and she always made great snap decisions thus far to get everyone out of danger. They trusted her.
She wants to try and talk it out. She wants to try and talk it out first.
Kindle rested her head in her hands.
Not that I think she'd command him with her voice after all. No. Not that I think she'd command him with her voice after what Zephyr said. But if she did, she really could get the Earth Legion to change their minds. If it boils down to a fight, the odds are stacked against us. But if it were easy, it wouldn't be any fun.
Sometimes the actions of the few can tilt the world on its head.
Sigmus leaned back.
Lord Igneous used to say that all the time.
Kindle giggled.
Sounds like a wise celestial.
Sigmus laughed. He placed a hand on his chin contemplatively.
Or perhaps it's some knowledge Lady Tatina grants us when we were reborn. I feel like that's something I've always said.
I'm not sure where he got it from. Might be something to ask when we go meet him.
Kindle was growing curious. Many of Sigmus's mannerisms and demeanor reminded her very much of Igneous. It was the main reason she felt so comfortable being around him. Sigmus didn't seem to recognize the name whenever they discussed Igneous. She never recalled Igneous mentioning Sigmus either. Perhaps it was just the nature of a fire celestial.
It seems they are here.
Sigmus tilted his head toward the door with an amused smile. You could get a sense that Zephyr's mana was just outside and a human following him pretty closely.
It didn't take as long as I expected.
Everyone looked over to the door and spotted Zephyr entering with a woman with butterscotch blonde hair carrying a bundle of paper rolls, looking rather excited. Zephyr pointed towards the colorful crew sitting in the large booth in the corner. She cheerfully skipped ahead of Zephyr.
I thought Earthfey were involved in fixing it. That happened last time the belfry fell too.
She beamed brightly at Terbius.
Wait, were you the ones that repaired it 3 years ago? No, we weren't in Lambertine then.
Kindle waved her hand. Where were we then, sis? Terbius tilted their heads, trying to remember.
Pretty sure we were still in Sibnath's kingdom.
Kindle looked up to try and recall herself.
3 years ago.
Zephyr recalled a rumor that Leos was around Lambertine then. Wouldn't put it past Leos to secretly repair the town in the middle of the night, especially since Leos adored the city of craftsmen, being a craftsman himself.
Your brother, Leos, is an earth spirit, isn't he?
Kindle pointed at Zephyr.
Wasn't he in Lambertine around then?
I was just thinking I could see him doing that.
Zephyr crossed his arms.
It'd be quite the coincidence if it wasn't, but unless we confirm it with Leos Arena, no way to know for sure.
It was him. A wind spirit waitress confirmed from behind Zephyr. She was carrying a tray of... Words are hard. She was carrying a tray of drinks that Sigmus and the others had ordered. She started setting them down. Coffee for Kindle, rose tea for Sigmus, and mead for Terbius. She brought water for Breeze and Pre, even though they didn't order anything.
Ephraim, you never told me you knew who it was.
Erissa whined.
You know I wanted to know.
I'm sorry. He wanted me to keep it a secret from humans when I found him that night. Avis sighed, her blank face looking at Zephyr. She looks like she's paid minimum wage and gets asked for feet pics. You're Zephyr, right? You're just like he described.
I'm not sure I like the sound of that.
Zephyr could sense an air of amusement in her blank stare.
Avis, right?
Kindle leaned forward on the table.
Do you know where Leos went after leaving Lambertine?
She knew Alia would want to know, since she was looking for him. Oh, yes. I overheard him speaking with his sister on the way out of town. Avis nodded. He's going to the Order's headquarters in Windmev. He mentioned something about getting the protection for Miss Arena there. She didn't seem too pleased about the idea.
He must have gone for our brother Ash then.
Zephyr thought aloud.
You two were talking about him before. Just how many siblings do you have anyways?
Kindle raised an eyebrow at him.
Ash and Cinder are the last ones. Don't worry.
Zephyr laughed.
I wonder why Alia didn't mention finding them before.
Tur tilted his head, thinking about it. If Ash was with the Order, he could help us. Bias crossed his arms.
They both have proper jobs, so we better not bother them too much. Ash has a duty watching over the Order. Whoops, almost dropped my phone.
Words are.
With a particular family. They are one of many ways the Second Order balanced the power among them, so the Archdruid didn't have too much power like the First. Since it's so important, we typically leave them out of our problems and just visit them every once in a while.
Zephyr shook his head and placed his hand on Arissa's shoulders.
Sorry, we're getting sidetracked here. Arissa, you and Turbius are here to chat.
No worries.
Arissa shook her head.
A little insight on our town's last friendly Earth Fae is intriguing to me, so I was letting you go on.
She placed one of the roles of her belfry schematics on the table.
You two actually helped me out greatly, I hope you know. The new belfry is supposed to have a unique mechanism inside instead of just bells. It's functionally similar to a piano, but rather a keyboard. It has interchangeable cylinders, much like a music box. Dividing it between two would allow for a greater range of notes to be incorporated.
Complex machinery like that reminds me of the Lost Continent technology.
Zephyr rubbed his chin as he looked over the plans.
My father used to be a part of an Imperial research team that was looking into that technology. He left it behind a few years ago, but never said why.
Arissa seemed at a complete loss as to why he left. Kindle thought back to what they found in the capital. She was glad someone had a chance to abandon the project. Arissa continued in her cheery tone, and Kindle thought she was better off not knowing.
He started incorporating that knowledge into crafts and taught me how to make complex machines like this, too. I've been wondering, though, you two couldn't have known that this mechanism was more complex originally, so why were you making 2 towers instead of 1? Well, 2 is better than 1.
Tur shrugged with a smirk. Just like us. Thea snickered.
In other words, they did it because they are twins and thought it would be cool.
Kindle pointed at them with an annoyed expression, but it wasn't the first time it happened.
Really?
Arissa started laughing.
That's wonderful. I don't know what I was expecting, but it works in our favor. I didn't think it was even possible to fit 2 towers into the lot and not be crowded, but you guys pulled it off quite well.
She started rolling up the plans that she had set down on the table.
Thanks to you two, I feel so inspired, and the city can get one step closer to the cheerful place it once was. If you would like to assist us further while you're here, please don't hesitate. Oh, but don't feel obligated. You've already done more than enough.
I mean, we might be here for a few days at the very least. It wouldn't hurt to have something to do.
Zephyr pointed out before Kindle could object.
I, for one, am very interested in that mechanism.
Alia and Sigmas wanted to hear the belfry.
Tur jumped up. If we help them out, then we'll be that much closer, right? Bias cheered.
You would really think of me in such a way.
Sigmas was surprised to hear that Turbius was so eager to build a belfry, partly because of him. Of course we would, Bias blinked.
You're our friend.
Turbius grinned at him. Sigmas was stunned. He didn't know what to say. They had only been in each other's company for such a short time. It warmed his heart to hear them say that.
Hard to argue with that.
Kindle shrugged, knowing she couldn't stop them if she wanted to. She was amused by how flabbergasted Sigmas looked. Turbius was always quick to consider someone a friend, but she agreed. Sigmas was fitting well in their strange little group, even after their rocky start.
Oh, sorry.
You.
Mama Mona, please put anything they get on my tab.
Arissa called over to the rather large woman behind the bar.
At least for the rest of their stay here.
You sure about that?
Mama Mona asked, looking them over. She could tell, but just by looking at them, they could put away anything.
Yeah, that's not something to do lightly.
Kindle snickered.
I've inherited plenty from my father, and I still get quite the payout from the city on this project.
Larissa beamed.
Besides, it's the least I can do for all the help that you've given.
All right then, consider it done.
Mama Mona smiled and nodded at them approvingly.
Okay, I need to head back to the Ironheart to try and work out the new schematics.
Marissa was bouncing with excitement.
I'll come with.
Zephyr smiled at her.
I may not be Leos, but I've learned a few things about him from both crafting and magic technology that I might be able to help at least a little.
Breeze looked up from her book. She thought if there was anywhere to learn something new right now, it would be with Zephyr. He was also the next best thing to the target of her fascination, hoping to get more insight on Alia's past.
Would you like to come too, Breeze?
Zephyr noticed her eyes were on him.
I'm thinking about Zephyr.
Yeah, okay, says narrator. That's fine.
Did I fuck up again?
Oh, it's fine, no worries. You can learn a thing or two, I'm sure.
Yes, Breeze jumped up and floated over.
I did promise I'd teach you some magic arts too, but that might be a bit later today.
Zephyr laughed, seeing how excited she seemed. I'm always ready to learn. Breeze smiled, clutching her notebook to her chest.
Cute bean.
I actually really wanted to do more with Mama Mona and Avis. That's why they have name and art. But I ended up I just couldn't quite continue the thought process on that, so I ended up not doing it. But
Was there art for them? I didn't see it. I must have been looking at the script.
Yeah, probably. Here, I'll pull them up. So this one is Mama Mona.
Oh yes. I was imagining Rosie the Riveter in my head.
Yes. It's pretty accurate. And then this is Avis.
Oh, cute.
She definitely looks looks like she's done with everything.
Yeah.
I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break while we're...
Yeah, sure. You're stuck with us, chat.
Oh no, whatever are you gonna do?
Oi, oi, oi. Doggo being sweet. Look at that fluffy girl.
Crime time.
Prime time. Oh, goodness. Stretch out. Adjust those cashews, chat. I'm adjusting mine. Ow.
Maybe in my little character shorts, maybe I'll do stuff with Mama Mona and Avis for that.
Cool. There we go.
If I can think of some shit for them.
For sure. Just all the shenanigans that happen at the tavern.
D&D Pog. Yeah, their kind of inspiration is sort of so in Is It Wrong to Pick Up Girls in a Dungeon, there's that little tavern in the beginning.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that.
Oh, cool.
Avis is kind of similar to, her aesthetic's similar to Ryu.
Oh, yeah. I've only seen
Hot elf girl.
Yeah, I've only seen season 1 of Danmachi.
Mm-hmm.
Need to catch up on that one.
We need to watch the latest season, Aria and I.
Cool.
So maybe we could do a binging, get you caught up too.
Yeah, for sure.
That's one of my favorite series. It's so good.
Hestia's Bestia.
Hestia's Bestia. She is best girl.
And it's been so long I barely remember. Was the little, was she like a raccoon or a fox? I can't remember. There was a little beast girl.
Oh yeah. What was she?
All I remember is she must protect.
Yeah. I don't remember what critter she was in particular.
Yeah, I said raccoon. That's Rafaltia though from Shield Hero.
Yeah. I think it's cat because I think they have cat people.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah.
Oh well, no, they have dog people too, so it could be dog too.
Shows how long I've been out of the loop.
But it's been a hot minute. I was so obsessed with Danmachi for a while.
All right, Ari's back. My turn.
I love Danmachi, it's so good. I still think it would be fun to do like a D&D campaign, but in the Danmachi setting, because like you just go into the tower all the time. It'd be fun. You have your gods to level up with.
Yeah, pick your god.
Yeah, be fun. It would be, for sure.
Could have some drama in there too.
Yeah.
What with they've been adding and whatnot.
Mm-hmm. Gods infighting. All that fun shit.
Gods being assholes.
As they do.
Gods that aren't Hestia and Hephaestus.
True. I'm still a sucker for Hermes though, even though he's shady as shit. If blonde, why hot?
It's sussy. Why hot? Oh, do you look? No! Oh, fine. Oh god, that's it's fine. It's not sketchy. I don't know what you're talking about.
Teehee.
I don't want to do adult things. I just want to like.
Oh yeah, it's like 4:30 already.
I just wanna,
It would be long.
no.
If we want to stop sooner, we can.
Snack is back.
The way I have it set up is Sukaway cliffhanger, you know.
Yeah.
That's why I wanted to get to 26. So
I feel like we could do it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see.
I'm doing fine.
yeah. Okay. Character development. Yes, if they are sussy or evil, they are my type. Listen, cliffhangers keep people going, you know? It makes it hard to put shit down. That's why I do it. Also, like, one of my... let's see, I was reading freaking romance on Webtoon. All that shit was cliffhanger every week. I was screaming. Like, bruh!
And that is why I don't consume stuff until it is all released.
It's such a good series, though. Too many cliffhangers can be too much, I know. I try and leave some where it's just like kind of a nice little clean finish, but also, you know, cliffhangers are good. Anyway, shall we continue onward?
Yes.
Let's go.
Music. Let me see it. Whew. Record 22. Eric sat on the bed next to the sleeping Alia. He was worried he'd done something wrong since she'd fallen asleep for so long. It was typically the human that was out for an extended period of time. Sigmus told him that she was fine and not to worry. The circumstances were a bit different. Eric couldn't help but remain in the room with her. He wanted to be there when she woke up, worried how she would react if he wasn't. As she slept, he couldn't help but notice the scar on her chest. He could no longer chalk it up to imagination or lighting. She seemed to hide it somehow when she was awake. However, it was there, clear as day. especially when he saw her true form. He couldn't help but wonder what the real reason she didn't want. He couldn't help but wonder if that was the real reason she didn't want him to look at her in that form. There was no hiding anything about their appearance in a spirit's true form. It was clearly something that she was self-conscious about.
Is she still out?
Zephyr stepped in the room with a sulky look on his face.
Yeah. She hasn't moved an inch.
Eric didn't turn to look at him at all. He knew Zephyr didn't accept the situation one bit, and he didn't feel comfortable looking at him in the eye while his sister was in such a state.
What are you doing?
Eric leered at him, Zephyr leered at him, wondering why he was sitting on the bed next to her.
Nothing.
Eric quickly jumped to his feet, realizing what Zephyr was being so skeptical about. He couldn't deny the thought crossed his mind, but he would never dream of acting on impulse without her permission.
Consent is hot.
Permission that he knew full well she'd never give. He sighed upon looking down at her and seeing her scar again. A pitiful expression fell across his face.
Zephyr, you know about her scar, don't you?
Of course I do.
A heavy cloud cast a dark shadow of pain just thinking about the incident.
What happened?
Eric could feel the air grow still. Out of the corner of his eye, he could see Zephyr's shoulders drop as he hung his head.
It's not something either of us want or care to talk about.
Zephyr bit his lip.
I figured as much.
Eric sighed.
I didn't think you'd tell me.
Look, don't go asking her about it.
Zephyr hissed, gripping Eric's arm lightly. He took a breath, realizing he was being a little too harsh, and eased up.
It's more of a touchy subject for her than it is for me. That's why she hides it with an illusion.
He closed his eyes, and when he opened them, he looked directly at Eric.
If she ever does tell you about it, I'll accept you as her tether. Has to be of her own accord, though.
I promise. I won't push it.
Eric smiled wistfully with a new hope. He wanted to be someone that they could trust. He knew he wasn't going about it in the right way, but it was hard for him to change his ways. He could only hope that he was going in the right direction. He had until Alia found a new tether to get her to at least tolerate him. He was gonna stick around regardless. He made a promise he needed to fulfill.
Zephyr, you coming or what?
Kindle poked her head in and shot a glare at Zephyr. She looked over at Alia for a second and pouted, seeing she was still asleep. Her stern look returned and went back to glaring at Zephyr.
Yeah.
Zephyr glared back.
What's going on?
Eric glanced between them in confusion.
Don't sweat it. We're just helping out the locals.
Kindle shrugged it off as Zephyr stepped out into the hall.
You keep an eye on our girl and we'll fill you in later. Okay then.
Eric raised an eyebrow at them as they closed the door. He sighed, looking down at Alia so peacefully despite how loud they'd been. He snickered.
You can sleep through anything, can't you?
He laid down on the open half of the bed, resting his head in his hand, watching her sleeping face.
As much as I enjoy just keeping your beauty all to myself, someone as amazing as you should be out living life.
He huffed, knowing she probably didn't even hear anything. At the same time, he felt like it was the most he could get a word in, given her mistrust of him until this point. He doubted that he could really change her mind overnight. He wanted to know what really changed her mind about him.
You really need to wake up, darling Alia.
He reached out with his free hand and gently brushed his fingers across her cheek. She leaned into his hand, and his heart jumped. It was the first time in days she'd even stirred. She turned towards him, and the azure glint of her eyes cracking open reminded him of the sea.
Good morning, precious.
He couldn't help but smile with how elated he was, and as he sat up.
How are you feeling?
What the hell are you doing? Her eyes shot open upon realizing how close he was to her. She reflexively shoved him off the bed as hard as she could, launching him into the wall.
Fuck.
Alias drunk. She felt dizzy from getting up so suddenly, and she fell back down on the bed.
Nice to see you have your strength up, but you shouldn't push yourself.
Eric giggled in mild pain. I told you she'd fucking punch him, dude. It's just their thing. It's how they show affection, okay?
Violence is Alia's love language.
Hello from the other side of the bed.
Eric's love language is getting punched.
Pretty much. He was concerned seeing her drop the way she did, but he tried to not make it obvious. I don't get it. Alia mumbled into the bed sheets. Her body felt like lead. Every inch of her ached as though she had been in an intense battle that she'd barely made it out alive. The room still felt like it was spinning, and every breath she took was burning. I thought the human was supposed to be the miserable one after a tether. Why do you look like it doesn't bother you one bit?
I guess I'm just wired differently.
Eric laughed and shrugged it off, and he hadn't had the slightest clue either.
Don't worry about it.
I'm worried about it, Alia yelled, burying her face in the bed.
Are you always this grouchy when you wake up?
Eric looked at her with a disquieted smirk, but it wasn't the first time she had woke up angry with him. Don't change the subject. Alia pounded the bed and forced herself up again, only to be hit by dizziness once more.
I told you not to push it.
Eric crossed his arms and pouted at the fact that she was so riled up when she clearly wasn't at 100%.
I'm not going anywhere, so you can take your time to get your concerns out.
Fine. Alia laid back down, looking defeated. Upset because he was right. She settled for the less physical approach. Tell me something. You threatened to give me another name. How is it you know the ancient language of the spirits?
I just prefer the company of spirits, so I just sort of picked it up over the years.
Eric scratched the back of his neck with a nervous smile. I'd believe that if it weren't for the fact that you knew the tether spell well enough to control where my name got placed on your body. She leered at him with suspicion, but eased up, mildly impressed. Clever placement, I might add. He lit up upon hearing the mild sense of praise in her voice.
I know that typically without it simply... What the fuck am I... Okay.
Words are hard.
I know that typically, without, it simply appears on the arm or back. Inside one's body, it can't be seen by others that can read it. My heart was my first thought.
Exactly! He's such a simper. Eric placed his hand over his heart.
Your name suits you pretty well. I'm glad I didn't have to give you a new one.
So you weren't bluffing, Alia huffed, hoping it was just a ruse to get her to reveal her name. It's quite the art to override a spirit's name. There's no way you're a druid from the Order, so who taught you that?
I learned it from a spirit I grew up with.
I mean...
¿Por qué no los dos?
Why not? Eric's expression turned sorrowful as he looked at his sword and that leaned against the wall by the door.
I'd rather not talk about him, if you don't mind. I'm sure even you have your secrets.
Alia's bitter glare melted away to a regretful understanding as she looked away. He sounded as though he never got over what happened. He looked genuinely hurt for a moment, so she decided to let this secret go. Eric lightened up back to his playful attitude, and he always showed.
The past is the past. What matters is that here and now, I'm here to serve your every whim.
Eric gave her a dramatic bow.
I will do whatever my lovely master wishes of me.
Ugh, stop that. Alia gripped the sheets tightly. She couldn't look at him. Let me get one thing clear. There will be no master and servant relationship between us. I'm not your master, nor are you mine. While this arrangement stands, we are equals.
So, partners then?
Eric was surprised. He thought that she'd be fine with him serving her, since, after all, he was only a tether for her. If you need to put a label on it, then yes. Alia sighed in annoyance.
Deal.
Eric grinned. You're such a strange human. Alia couldn't understand why he was so happy.
Me? Strange?
Eric scoffed.
What about you? You've made it rather clear you don't like me, and yet you allowed me to be your tether. Why is that?
He voiced playfully, but curiosity was killing him. Your actions betray that selfish attitude you always extrude. Alia pointed at him and wiggled her finger. At least when it involves spirits. When the princess tried to kill us, you stood up for us, even stood between a devitalization weapon and me, knowing it would probably kill you. I was told you defended my brother when Sigmas first woke up. You also had plenty of opportunities to steal Regulus and escape, and yet you haven't. Alia glanced over at Regulus on the side table. It's not like I made it that hard to get. I thought you were a thief.
I am, but didn't I tell you? My next mark is your heart.
Eric smirked and winked. He'll never get it, so don't even bother. Alia's face grew cold, but Eric could tell that there was a sadness and pain behind it. Every time he said that, she'd make that face. He couldn't help but think about what Zephyr warned him about. He was wondering if someone broke her heart and she never got over it, or even lost someone she loved and couldn't protect them like he did.
I'm just playing. Sometimes I can't help myself when it comes to a beautiful lady.
He lied with a grin. He didn't like seeing her filled with pain. He'd take her annoyance over it any time. You're the worst. Alia threw a pillow at him. He let it hit him, but it was harder than he expected, and he staggered back a bit.
I forget you're way stronger than you look.
Eric laughed, catching the pillow before it dropped to the ground. Ugh, just get out! Alia leered at him.
Can't do that, actually. You're stuck with me until our bodies finish deciding if they'll reject each other or not.
Eric shrugged as he approached the bed, tossing the pillow back where she grabbed it from on the other side of the bed. So you are feeling the effects too. Alia grabbed his wrist. His skin felt like it was burning her cold palms. You should take your own advice and take it easy.
Aw, are you worried about me? I'm touched.
He smirked. Don't flatter yourself, she hissed, yanking him down to sit next to her. She placed a hand on his forehead to confirm it was a fever. He closed his eyes, feeling such relief with her ice-cold hands against his skin. The longer it takes you to recover, the longer we are stuck here.
That's part of the wanted life.
Eric shrugged. He hadn't realized it was as bad. He hadn't realized it was as bad until then. His concern for her made him forget about himself.
I guess I just developed the ability to ignore things like this since I've always been on the move.
That stubborn tenacity will get you killed. Alia was visibly disappointed as she retracted her hand.
Now, who's the pot calling the kettle black?
Eric narrowed his eyes at her with a smug expression. Fair point. Alia rolled her eyes in defeat. Considering she had just tried to handle her tether problem on her own. I guess we can hold each other accountable for that as long as we're partners.
I want to chop off the last part of that sentence. So perhaps to relax, we should cozy up together? What do you say?
He already missed the cold feeling on his feverish skin. No, not that kind of partner. She placed her hand on his chest and pushed him back, but she retracted it rather quickly. Besides, touching her skin right now, it stings pretty badly. It's almost worse than when I have contact with Kindle and Sigmas.
I'm sorry. I'll behave.
He felt bad for being clingy.
I noticed you run cold. I didn't think sirens were cold-blooded, though. Is it because you use ice in your magic all the time?
I guess I'm just wired differently.
She did the thing!
Alia tried dodging the question using his own words against him.
You're quite the mystery, darling Alia.
Eric was fascinated by her. The stories he'd heard made her out to be far different than he expected her to be. He was enjoying this lively, mysterious spirit. Why are you looking at me like that? Alia broke the silence, looking at him with suspicion.
No reason.
Eric shrugged and looked away.
Except for stories don't do you justice.
You two make it sound like you were such good friends before you took Regulus and ran off. Why did you do that anyway? Alia glanced over at the monogun still sitting on the table.
The night before, he said it was the only thing that could kill someone he was going to see.
Eric stood up and turned away from Alia.
He seemed really conflicted by it. After quite a few drinks, I made the wager, knowing I could win. I left before he could get the chance to win it back. I've honestly been running him for the past year more than the law.
Eric laughed and shrugged. Zephyr wants to kill someone? Alia tried thinking of who it could be. So much time had passed since they'd last seen each other, and she didn't know if it would even be someone that she knew about. He seemed pretty desperate to get it back.
I don't think you should give it back to him.
Eric looked at Alia with a dead serious look on his face.
I can still tell he's conflicted about it. I don't think spirits should really go around killing others anyway.
If you think that, then why haven't you tried to do anything about this war? Alia glared at him bitterly. The Earth Legion wants to exterminate humans, and they've been killing them and other spirits that get in their way.
Who says I haven't?
Eric crossed his arms and looked down at her with a smug expression.
I'm here, aren't I?
I was talking about before. Alia stared blankly at him, unsure if she could ever believe anything he said, since it's always deflecting or making snarky comments or jokes. Forget it. I don't know why I even bother.
The things I steal goes to those who need it.
Eric spoke up quickly. He wasn't a fan of her being disappointed in him, even though she had been most of the time they've known each other.
I leave stuff for towns and families affected by the war that the Empire doesn't help.
Eric stretched across the foot of the bed. He propped his head up with his hand and was grinning at her.
Whatever I keep for myself is simply to survive.
Really? Alia raised an eyebrow at him.
Really?
Eric nodded. I honestly don't know if I believe that. I have such a hard time reading you sometimes. Alia shook her head in disbelief.
Yeah, it might be hard to prove it, since I don't think any of them know my face. I'm usually discreet about it.
Eric's face lit up when the thought occurred to him.
Oh, there is a town on the way to Nessaros, temple that I frequent. Roquat is probably one of the few towns still standing on the south side of the continent, so they get the brunt of the war so often.
His expression shifted to a more somber tone.
The Empire doesn't send much of its resources there anymore. The Fire and Water Legions protect them, but they never stick around for the aftermath. They started calling me the Spirit of Fortune, or something like that.
Eric shrugged and returned to his usual carefree attitude.
But it's a bit too dramatic for my taste, but they can call me whatever they want.
Really? Too dramatic for you? I didn't think that was possible, Alia scoffed. The details he was giving were so specific it was hard to think he'd come up with it on the spot. She wanted to confirm it regardless.
I know, it's hard to believe.
Eric laughed as he rested his head between his crossed arms. He found the blanket was surprisingly cool on his cheek. Why the overshare anyway? Alia narrowed her eyes at him.
You said you don't trust me.
Eric's smile turned wistful.
I'd like you to be able to, just a little, if I'm your tether. Just some habits are hard to break. I don't always get close to others, given I'm wanted in all 3 countries. Last time I had someone I'd consider a friend was your brother, and you know how that ended.
He rolled over onto his back and stretched his arms out.
Also, if we're going to be in this room for a while, we might as well get to know each other a bit more since we aren't doing much else.
Okay, then. Fair is fair. Is there something you want to know about me? Alia asked begrudgingly, hoping he wouldn't ask anything extremely personal or something she couldn't answer. Eric hummed as he tapped his chin thinking about it. He resisted the urge to say everything. He couldn't ask about what he wanted to know the most, but per his deal with Zephyr. Plus, he figured she wouldn't tell him right away anyways.
How about you tell me something your brother doesn't know?
What, are you trying to blackmail me now? Alia shot him a coy grin.
That wasn't the plan, but thanks for the idea.
Eric smirked, trying to ignore how his heart was racing, seeing her smile at him.
I kid. Your brother talked about you all the time, so I want to know something he doesn't. If anything, I'll take something I can lord over him.
That doesn't surprise me. Alia sighed. I don't think I have anything super interesting, aside from maybe some travel stories from the past century without him.
Works for me.
Eric shifted onto his side to give her his full attention. Well, I was on my own for quite a while, and with all the terraforming the Celestials were doing to make the world less islands and more connected, more ruins kept popping up, and that I had never explored. Bottom detector is off the charts. Even after we added extra charts. Yep. Most being civilizations that were flooded when the lost continent sank. There were even ones that were lost even before then. Alia lit up thinking about all of her adventures and the ruins that she found on her travels.
Did you find stuff from the lost continent?
Eric asked, a bit curious if there were more artifacts like Regulus floating around. No, Alia shook her head. There were really only 2 ruins that I came across that were from the lost continent. They are really difficult to get to, and both are occupied by spirits. I did come across a lot of demons in various ruins. She looked at Eric with a derisive expression. Apparently, they're a great place for thieves and criminals to hide out in.
Really? I never would have guessed.
Eric voiced with heavy sarcasm. I know, who would have thought? Alia shared his tone.
Did you wipe the floor with them?
Eric was eager to hear more. Actually, I wasn't always strong. I had my brother to protect me while I supported him with my magic, and that was enough. It was difficult on my own. Even the power granted to me as a Celestial's kinbound, my lack of combat skill was catching up to me, and I could barely cast my magic arts in time. I nearly died once trying to escape some ruins. If it wasn't for a guild clearing the demons out at the time, then I would have never survived. It was actually just one member of the guild, accompanied by a wolf spirit that never left his side.
What guild was it?
Eric was struck with a strange sense of nostalgia.
I feel like I've heard about a guy like that before.
Arcturus, Alia clarified, and Eric's face lit up with realization. He knew exactly who he was talking about. It's not around anymore, but I believe they helped the Third Order out a great deal.
Wait, you were trained by the greatest human swordsman since the Age of Darkness, Luka Yubkin?
Eric sat up quickly. He heard stories since he was a kid and always loved every moment of them. Well, I asked him right then and there, and he said no. Alia imitated the deadpan expression she recalled Luca having. She chuckled. I was gonna leave. I was still leery of humans anyways. Since it wasn't terribly long after the incident with the First Order. but he insisted I follow him back to the guild anyways. He didn't tell me why. That was more of an act first, explain later kind of guy. Alia waved her hand back and forth with amused expression on her face. Everyone in Arcturus was nice, and I started training under a water spirit named Talise. Instead, I learned to use polearms thanks to her.
So did Luca pick up on your anxiety around humans?
Eric thought about some of the stories he was told by his grandmother and how perceptive Luca was. He was always assumed that it was really just his spirit partner, but hearing Alia talk about him, he could tell that perhaps it was true and he was just that perceptive. I like to think so, but he never said it. Alia shrugged. It did me a lot of good being around a lively guild while I was training. It helped me restore my faith in humanity. It felt so much more comfortable around humans after that. Alia looked down with a warm smile on her lips. I learned to use all sorts of weapons from the others in the guild. The guild master taught me how to use a warhammer and a great axe more effectively. He was such a small guy, but still such a heavy hitter. I learned sword basics from Hawk, who taught me archery too. I also learned more offensive magic from the resident mage Alio. Eventually, Luca started training me too, in a way. It was more that I sparred against him until I picked it up. Alia raised her head, looking out the window, feeling nostalgic of her time with them. They are the real reason I use a variety of ice weapons. If you ask Zephyr, he would think it was because of our brother Leos. Granted, it gave me the idea for Frozen Forge, but it was Arcturus that gave me the skill to properly use it.
Interesting. So your sword skill is like Luca's then?
Eric was so enamored by the idea of seeing that unique style in person. Yeah, he had such a flair on his swordplay. It was an art form. It took me years to master. I think that's why he waited. I suspect he wanted to make sure I had some degree of fighting experience. The only way to counter it is a well-timed strike with sheer force, even then it's difficult. Otherwise, only the same tactics are the best way to counter it. Given hardly anyone alive can do it as well as I can, makes it extremely handy. Alia puffed up with pride.
Can we spar a bit when you're feeling up to it? I would love to see what it's like.
Eric put his hands together, practically begging her to. I don't see why not. Alia shrugged. The idea of defeating him in combat amused her, the more she thought about it.
Yes, I'm so excited.
Eric cheered. Alia chuckled. He started to remind her of a little puppy. He wanted her attention all the time, got excited when he succeeded, and he was still mischievous in many ways, but it was easy enough to distract, to keep him out of trouble.
Look at that. I got you to laugh.
Eric grinned. He couldn't be more proud of an accomplishment in his life. What? No? Alia covered her mouth. She was glad she couldn't blush. She felt as though Eric would get a kick out of it. I think that fever is making you delusional. What happened to resting?
Nothing to be embarrassed about. I knew you'd fall for my charm eventually.
Eric winked at her, but she just rolled her eyes at him. In all seriousness, you do need to rest up, Alia huffed.
I don't know about you, but sitting here trading stories sure seemed to make me feel better.
Eric shrugged. Alia paused to assess how she was feeling. She wasn't feeling lightheaded anymore. It was much easier to breathe. She carefully stood up and smiled when it didn't feel like she was about to drop immediately. She reached out, placing a hand on his forehead once more, and it didn't sting like she expected it to. You're still a bit warm, but it's definitely not as bad. Alia retracted her hand quickly when she noticed the look of adoration on his face. Look, don't get the wrong idea. This is still a temporary arrangement.
Whatever you say.
Eric grinned.
Soon.
See very soon.
Bye, Zen. Have fun with
shiny
math rocks.
Have fun.
Roll all the natty 20s.
Oh, no, we're not done yet, honey. I'm sorry. Sorry to get you triggered.
That
Couple more, baby.
was a lot of words.
Oh, sorry, honey. Your baby.
You are a baby. Pat. Drive by Pats.
Let's still go a couple more.
A few more.
It's my person.
3 more.
We can do it.
For sure.
My mom was freaking out.
That noise. I know, baby. Big wiggle.
I know. Mama's giving butt scratches.
I actually gotta pee really quick, so commit crimes, chat.
You're so wiggle. My goodness. Just listen to the coin stringworm chat.
Here we go. Pet break. Squishy break.
Yeah. It's fluffy butt.
Yeah. Look at that happy face.
He makes such funny little noises.
Yeah. You done got booped.
It's so cute. I know. It's an up and uncle, okay?
Crime and Time downloads an F-15.
Damn. Working up them crimes.
Does it come packed with a download of Danger Zone? Can't fly without Kenny Loggins.
I know you are acknowledged, baby.
I was yesterday years old when I learned that AC/DC is Australian.
Oh, yeah, you didn't know?
I did not know.
Yeah, I know it's so easy to assume they're American, especially with the lead singer's rasp. You can't really pin an accent.
Yeah, no, I had no idea. An Australian band that was started by Scottish brothers, Scottish-born brothers, and I was like, yo, the things you learn.
The real Mr. Worldwide, AC/DC.
I guess so.
Oh, goodness.
I forgot to fix D-Luke. It's my funny little D-Luke.
Probably my favorite like foreign band blowing up in America story is Scorpions. Like their first 3 albums, they didn't speak a lick of English since they were from Germany.
Oh, sure.
So they toured singing all their songs in English and having like preset stuff to say to the audience in English. But we're not fluent yet.
Sure. That's pretty cool though.
Oh no, super cool.
Apparently Blackpink is in Vegas.
Oh,
right
awesome.
now. And they're going to like San Francisco and LA, I think.
Blackpink is in our area.
Yeah.
They are.
They are. I would go to Vegas again to see Blackpink. Apparently, like one of the buildings like went pink. Like
Oh,
they
that's
did, like,
cool.
pink lanterns.
That's amazing.
So that's cool. I'd go back for that. Not really for anything else, but maybe another Chippendales.
Oh, just maybe.
See that one.
Yep. Oh, honey, we're still
So
going.
needy.
More baby.
We're still going. We're still going. I know we're talking, but we're still going. Lay down, honey.
This is just a stream of talking, sweetie. You be patient.
She's like, I understand.
I promise I'll give you good BA double L kicks afterwards.
So what about now?
The side eye.
I know. Queen of side-eye.
Sad baby noises.
Lay down for a little longer, okay? Lay down. Lay down. We're gonna get back to it.
There.
Oh. Fix your cashew bodies, chat.
Hydrate or died right?
Yes. Hydrate or die
Water
straight.
been drinking ginger ale. Agua.
Anyway, chat, is your teeth rotting with this amount of fluff I'm giving you?
A whole chapter of flirting.
Get.
I can't think of that anymore without thinking of the dinosaur.
It's true.
I just think of the dinosaur in Esther's voice. Get. Y'all just need to watch some of Ren's Satsus, because Ren placed all of the Illuna members as dinosaurs, and Paleolophosaurus or whatever, I don't know.
Whatever the fuck that thing is.
Whatever the dinosaur is with the weird bone in the back of its head. That thing. That's Aster. So I just see that dinosaur going, get. We still need to do that. We need to figure out what all of us are as dinosaurs.
Yeah, I have no fucking idea, dude.
I'd have to look it up. We'll do that.
That's a later issue.
That's another Satsu or something.
Smasher Pass Jurassic Edition.
Oh, God.
I could set that up. I could set that up.
Do it.
It's happening, Chad. Get ready for the next Smasher Pass.
That's why you never say anything on stream, because now we have to hold you to it.
Yeah, we have to
That's my
commit
next
to
one. I'll
it.
get on it. You think I won't? I will.
I'm ready.
Anyway.
Oh, man. People who don't know.
All right, ready to go?
Mm.
All right. I see your mana has stabilized.
Sigmus could sense the approach of Alia, and they grew close. Hang on, wait. Did I change the track before? Let me make sure I'm on the right here.
You're good.
I don't remember if I changed it before
Get that
I got
proper-
up or after.
Yeah, get that proper ambiance.
Wait, what's the next one? I think that's the correct one. Wait, no, I don't remember.
Oh, no. Pardon me, chat.
What?
Chat, does anybody remember if I changed the music before I got up? Because I don't remember. If anybody's even been paying attention to the music.
I'll have headphones in.
I
I can't help.
The allies have not been listening to my music. Carefully acquired, organized. Blah, blah, blah.
Words.
Words are hard, okay? Hang on, let me
You're good.
I really should just start putting the track name on my track change cues. Then I know which one I'd be on. That's a future me issue, I guess. I don't remember. Hang on, let me count how many are between there and that, because I remember that being a milestone. No, this is the right track. This is the right track. This is fine. Okay. Anyway, back to the top. Scrolling. Too far. Okay. Anyway.
Want me to start from the top?
Sure.
Okay. I see your mana has stabilized.
Sigmus could sense the approach of Alia and Eric as they grew closer to the table he was sitting at. Their chaotic mana had calmed considerably and was gaining more strength by the second.
Much faster than I anticipated, given Alia's recent demeanor towards Eric.
What's that supposed to mean? Alia pouted.
Human tethering is a compatibility thing.
Eric crossed his arms.
Us chatting brought us to understand each other a bit more, so our mana resonated a bit easier.
Is that so? Alia looked at Sigmus, hoping he'd confirm it.
This is true. You are rather knowledgeable about this subject, Eric.
Sigmus nodded. How in the hell do you know all this? Alia leered at him with suspicion. Normal humans don't learn this stuff.
I thought we established I'm not normal.
Eric snickered. He stopped when Alia's glare grew more intense.
I told you, I grew up around spirits. I learned it from them. Not much more to it than that.
So you have the talent to be a druid, and yet you live as a thief? Alia looked at him with confusion.
Can you really see me being one of those goody two-shoes?
Eric scoffed. Actually, you have a point. Thinking about it makes me laugh. There's no way. Alia was trying to suppress her laughter at thinking about him being as straight-laced as most druids are nowadays. You do wear the colors, though.
What? Coincidence! Druids could never look this good.
Eric acted as though he was offended. True, druids I know wouldn't be caught dead in that. Alia looked him up and down.
What? You can't harp on me anymore, so you have to take it out on what I wear? That's cold even for you.
Eric pointed at her. I'm just stating facts. Alia shrugged with an uncaring expression. She looked back at Sigmus, who had an amused expression as he sipped his tea. Sigmus, where did the others run off to? Since we're doing better, I'd like to get out of town as soon as possible. We've been here way longer than we need to be, given that most of our party is wanted.
And whose fault is that, I wonder?
Eric was about to casually put his arms behind his head when Alia elbowed him in the ribs before he got that far, and he doubled over.
There at the belfry.
Sigmus tucked his arm in his sleeves as he got to his feet. Really? It's daytime, and is Terrius helping them out right now? And Kindle is letting them? Alia was a bit taken aback by the development, mainly the latter part.
They impressed the architect with their modifications. They've been openly assisting them from morning following your change in tether.
Sigmus was in a rather cheery mood now that everyone was in a better light. Wait, how long have I been asleep? Alia glanced between the two of them.
You slept for 3 days, darling.
Eric voiced nonchalantly. Seriously? Alia sighed bitterly upon seeing Sigmus nod in confirmation. All the more reason to leave sooner rather than later. She started marching towards the door.
You sure we shouldn't wait until they're done?
Eric trotted after her as Sigmus followed behind them. I would think you, of all people, would want to leave more than I do. Alia leered over her shoulder at him, as he started matching her pace. I'm guessing your bounty doubled after what happened.
Tripled, but not the point.
Eric quickly waved it off.
Aren't they doing good to help show that not all Earth spirits are like the Earth Legion? I would think you'd want that too, given that other brother of yours is an Earth spirit. Isn't there a sister as well?
Yes, and Erina. Alia huffed. I want to be supportive, but I also don't want us to get captured and killed. She paused at her realization hit her. This is what it must be like for Kindle all the time. I do not give her enough credit for reining us in all the time. Alia looked up. They were still several blocks away, but she could spot the towering twin belfry from where they were. She was shocked to see how they were practically done, given only a small portion was complete the night she spoke with them. More than that, she was stunned by the architectural style that was on display, as decorative archways suspended multiple bells of varying sizes above the town. Her fascination took over, and she began to run the rest of the way.
Hey, wait!
Eric called after her as he tried to keep up.
They are so lively after just recovered.
Sigmus chuckled to himself. He simply continued at his own pace, knowing the crowd that he sensed ahead would bring them to a stop.
Why are there so many people?
Eric was trying to catch his breath as Alia was standing on the tips of her toes to try and get a better look.
We might not have to wait for them to finish after all.
Sigmus smiled, tilting his head towards the belfry. He could see the outline of the towers as it was still heavily infused with Terbius's mana.
Sigmus!
Zephyr spotted the tall celestial from the base of the belfry and started to make his way towards them.
Zephyr, I brought someone you've been waiting for.
Sigmus called to him as he approached. Zephyr lit up, knowing exactly who he meant, and rather than shoving his way through the crowd, he dissipated into wind, blowing past all the spirits that all the people and spirits that gathered to see the newly finished belfry. Sigma slightly tugged at Alia's collar so that she would take a step back for her brother to materialize in front of her.
Alia!
Zephyr embraced her in a tight hug and was practically on the verge of tears.
I'm so glad you're okay.
I'm sorry I worried you. Alia wrapped her arms tightly around him. She couldn't remember the last time they hugged like this. She didn't even realize how much she missed it.
You should be.
Zephyr picked her up off the ground. What are you doing? Alia squealed in surprise.
Turbius! Kendall! Look what I found!
Zephyr raised his voice and Alia above the crowd. Do you always have to embarrass me? Alia hissed under her breath.
I'm your brother. It's my job.
Zephyr smirked. Alia! Turbius boisterously cheered in unison as they dashed through the crowd, which quickly parted to get out of their way. Zephyr set Alia down only for Turbius to both pick her up and set her on their shoulders and start carrying her to the base of the tower.
You should have let us know you needed help.
Tur looked up at her in concern. We could have dropped everything to help you, Bias finished his twin's thought. But if you did, then you wouldn't have finished this masterpiece. Alia patted them both on the head as she admired looking up at it.
Alia!
Kindle's voice was a harsh growl that sent a shiver down Alia's spine. Turbius instinctually froze at Kindle's tone, given that it was the only one she used. The one she always used when they got in trouble. Kindle's hair was set ablaze as were her eyes glowing under the shadow of her bangs. Kindle lunged towards and closed the distance in an instant, punching Alia in the cheek. Alia fell backwards off Turbius' shoulders, but Eric caught her before she hit the ground. Kindle landed directly in front of them, grabbed Alia by the collar of her cloak, and with one hand covered Eric's mouth before he could protest.
Don't you ever, and I mean never, ever do that again.
Kindle yelled.
We are a team. If you have a problem, you bring it up to all of us. Understand?
Yes. Alia tried to speak as clearly as she could as she rubbed her cheek. She reached out and wrapped her arms around Kindle, pulled her into an embrace. Kindle softened up, letting them both go as her arms dropped to her sides. Kindle was trying to fight back tears, not wanting to cry with so many people watching them. Please, forgive me. I promise I won't do it again. Alia drew back a bit and smiled wholeheartedly at her despite the pain in her swollen cheek. If I do, hit me again.
Kendall, well, I agree she deserved it.
Zephyr leaned into Kindle's peripheral vision.
Please don't punch my sister again, or I may not be able to control my brotherly instinct to fight you.
Well, then I'd beat both of you down, and then where would we be?
Kindle smirked coyly.
Yeah, I'm okay too. Thanks for asking.
Eric huffed. You're not the one who almost died. Alia whispered over her shoulder at him with a bemused look on her face. Thank you for catching me, by the way. It already hurt plenty. If I hit the ground, I don't think I would have gotten back up.
Don't sweat it.
Eric looked away from her, extremely flattered that she actually thanked him. Everything seems to be good to go, Breeze called down to the crowd, floating from the window in one of the towers. She settled on an archway and spotted Alia, and her face lit up. Oh, hey, Alia's awake!
You guys are just in time.
Turbius seemed giddy. They were bouncing with anticipation. The crowd was also growing more lively by the second. Just in time for what? Alia tilted her head toward them.
I would think it would be obvious.
Kindle crossed her arms, looking up at the towers.
We just had to finish it.
Tur stood tall and proud. Sigmus and Alia wanted to hear it. Bias maintained their giddy excitement.
And now you can!
Turbius cheered in unison.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Arissa stood in the doorway in one of the two towers.
Fae and humans alike have come together to restore this town. And here stands our crowning achievement, the remaster of Lambertine Belfry.
The crowd cheered in an uproar of excitement.
Thanks to all of your hard work, this town doesn't need to remain silent any longer. Lambertine is a lively city of craftsmen. Let this inspire each and every one of you.
The first ring hushed the crowd as the sound reverberated through the whole town. The kind of sound that everyone felt in their bones and could take their breath away. Small bells began to chime as well, syncing up with a melody that came from within the towers. The towers were no longer a belfry, but an instrument that played a song for the whole town to hear. Alia covered her mouth, and shocked Turbius put in so much hard work just for the two of them. She started tearing up, imagining if Eric hadn't stepped in, or if she hadn't let her stubborn pride take over, she wouldn't have been around to hear the Lambertine bells ring, or to see the beautiful stonework they built. Alia felt the passion of her friends in the town, and was reminded of her own. The overflow of emotion Alia had long forgotten came out when she took a deep breath and began to sing in harmony with the melody. The boisterous crowd fell silent as they were captivated by her enchanting voice as it was carried on the wind. Zephyr's heart skipped a beat. When she sang in the ruins, it was because she needed to. It was hollow and listless compared to what he was used to in the past. This was different. This song was filled with life, passion, love. For a moment, he felt like he was back in simpler, happier times. Back when the two of them lived on a peaceful little island with a small fishing village in the shadow of an ancient temple.
I haven't heard her sing like that in almost 2 centuries.
Zephyr's golden eyes glittered in the sunlight as he started tearing up.
This is different than when we were in the ruins.
Eric's eyes were closed as he let her voice wash over him. He gripped at his chest, uncertain as to why it felt so tense. He jumped when he felt a hand on his head. He glanced to his right to see Zephyr was looking at him in the eye with a heartfelt smile.
Thank you, Eric.
Zephyr took a deep breath.
If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have a chance to hear her sing like this.
I must thank you as well.
Sigmus passed Eric, patting him on the shoulder as he approached Turbius.
You as well, Turbius.
Sigmus tousled the twins' already messy hair.
Thank you for working so hard on this for us. Since I can't see the rest of you, music has always been such a comfort and wondrous form of entertainment for me. Hearing Alias sing is the music melody this tower makes. It's worth all those years in isolation. I'm glad all of you who set me free. It's all of you who set me free. Blech.
Really, though, you boys are too good for this world.
Kindle wrapped her arms around Turbius.
I'm so proud of you, too.
As the chiming came to an end, so did Alia's singing. Alia took a deep breath and smiled as she placed her hand over her chest. It was at the moment the tension Eric felt in his own chest lifted. The silence in the crowd broke out in a joyous uproar of applause and a cheer for an encore. Alia glanced around the unfamiliar sea of faces with a nervous smile. A glint on the outside edge of the crowd caught her attention. She spotted a pair of knights with the same armor and colors of the unit of Imperial Knights that ambushed them in the capital. Alia snapped back to her friends, and her eyes locked with Eric. She discreetly pointing at the Imperial Knights. Eric noticed how serious she was and tracked where she was pointing. As far as he could tell, they hadn't noticed yet, since it was so busy that they easily blended in.
Looks like Ollie was right. We do need to get out of town.
Eric directed the others' attention to the Imperial Knights. He was worried they picked Alia out, given that she was added to the crowd's celebration.
If we stick around here, we'll drag a lot of people into this, if there ends up being a fight.
Kindle scrunched her brows.
Everyone's attention is on Alia right now, though. It'll be hard for her to slip away unnoticed right now.
Let's split up and meet in a Voldo forest.
Zephyr stated.
It'll be easy to lose them in there. Eric, do you remember that old abandoned town? Half submerged in the sea. We stumbled across it that one time we got lost.
Yeah, I vaguely remember where it's at, but don't blame me if I get lost again trying to find it.
Eric was trying to mentally backtrack, but it was so long ago, and most of the time they spent together in that forest, they were drunk.
Well, I doubt they'll look for us that far into the forest, so it's our best bet.
Zephyr patted Eric on the shoulder.
We'll meet there, and we can keep heading south. Don't try anything funny with my sister, or I'll kill you.
Got it.
Eric rolled his eyes and waved him off as he moved towards Alia in the crowd.
Zephyr, I think you should get Breeze and Pre.
Kindle pointed out Breeze above the crowd on the belfry, with Pre sitting on her shoulder.
I know she'll follow Alia if we leave her. I just worry since she's up there, if they haven't noticed her already, they might recognize her. You're the best bet at drawing her out of sight.
I agree.
Zephyr nodded.
You guys make your way out of this mess and we'll be right there before you know it.
Zephyr disappeared into wind. The wind gathered next to Breeze as she looked up from doodling in her notebook to see Zephyr standing next to her.
Time to go a little bit.
Zephyr offered a hand to help her stand up on the narrow archway, and they were on.
I'll give you 2 details on the way. Follow me this way.
Zephyr waved her towards the other side of the belfry, away from where the Imperial Knights were, and vanished into the wind and settled on the roof in her line of sight. Breeze jumped off and floated down to him.
You coming, Sigmus?
Kendall looked over her shoulder and she noticed he wasn't following.
I'll accompany Alia and Eric to ensure their safety.
Sigmus tilted his head down towards Kendall.
Since your pursuers aren't looking for me, it'll be quite advantageous for them.
I think we'll all rest a little easier with you there to make sure Alia doesn't kill him.
Kendall laughed as she slipped away, following her brothers out of the crowd. Alia was surrounded by strangers, showering her with praise for her impromptu performance. Alia saw that Eric was trying to slip past the shifting wall of people and spirits. "Oh, Eric, there you are." Alia addressed him with a warm smile, and people around her parted ways just enough for him. "I'm so sorry for making us late. When I heard the melody of the belfry, I couldn't help myself." He knew it was fake since she never acted that way towards him before, though he wished she would. He found it quite adorable. He tried not to let it faze him. Instead, he put on a charming smile of his own and slid up next to her, wrapping his arm around her waist. It took every ounce of willpower she had not to break character and punch him for it.
My darling Alia, never apologize for that heavenly voice of yours. I enjoy every sound that passes through your lips.
Eric pulled her in close as he could. He knew she'd likely make him pay for it later, but he was greatly enjoying the strangely sweet side of Alia.
Are you ready to leave, darling?
"I apologize dearly, everyone, but I don't have the time to sing for you once more." Alia's voice was sweet as honey, but Eric could feel her desire to pummel him in that moment just by looking in her eyes. "You see, I unfortunately have plans with my partner here that I'm already late for." There was a collective sigh of disappointment from the crowd nearby.
I'm sorry to hoard her for myself, but we have a romantic getaway to get to, and if we leave any later, we'll miss our ship.
Eric started escorting her through the crowd. "Farewell. I hope to sing for you all again someday." Alia waved as they made their way through the crowd. Sigmus shadowed them at his own pace, as he always had. He was emitting more of his own mana to better see the surroundings, given that the crowd was just a blur of every element of mana. The small heat wave he let out he let out just felt like a warm gust of wind to anyone who could even perceive it. For him, it was clarity to see the buildings, the roads, the stalls, the items people carried in shapes and shades of scarlet in every direction around him. When they slipped away from the busy crowd, Sigmus could get a better view of those around, given that the streets weren't as busy as they were when they arrived, given the festive scene they came from. Eric was still escorting Alia as though they were still in their little act, despite the distance that they had put between the Belfry Square and them. Alia was getting rather annoyed with how close he was. "It would be in your best interest to unhand me," Alia maintained her honeyed tone, but her expression ice cold, whispered intent give Eric chills.
My darling Alia.
He whispered back, unsure of who was listening to them. They casually walked past the stalls and shops.
People don't look at affectionate couples for long. It makes them jealous or uncomfortable. The same is true for knights. We're less likely to get spotted like this, and we can leave town faster by using the main roads.
Oh, so you've done this before then? Alia narrowed her eyes.
I'd be lying if I said I didn't.
Eric looked away with a grin still on his face. "I think you're enjoying this way too much," Alia quietly groaned.
I would never. I'm a professional, you know.
Mm-hmm. Professional dumbass. Sorry.
not the Alia soon coming out.
Eric was indeed enjoying his time with her, but he didn't want to admit it aloud.
Hold on, you two.
Sigmus tugged on their collars before they could turn the corner. Just around the corner, he sensed a pair of armored humans with strange magic weapons he'd never experienced before, but he could tell from their structure and complex glyphs embedded in them that they were similar make to Regulus, but they felt void of the life that Regulus had. He could tell that the weapons around the corner were just as dangerous, if not more so.
It may be best to reroute.
What do you mean?
Eric tilted his head back to look up at the tall celestial behind him. "Those two, there!" A bit further down the road in front of them was another pair of Imperial Knights that spotted them. "Knights, apprehend them!" A pair from around the corner quickly entered the intersection and were far too close for comfort.
Damn, we need to run.
Eric was about to backtrack, holding Alia's hand to drag her along until Sigmus stepped between them and the Imperial Knights.
Hold it.
He opened his eyes so that the humans knew just what he was. The Fire Celestial? Seeing the four-pointed stars in his eyes and the fierce, dignified manner caused the Imperial Knights to freeze. Eric tugged on Alia's arm to try and get her to escape with him, but she wouldn't budge. She had no doubt he could take care of himself, but she didn't want to leave Sigmus behind. She figured that these knights didn't know what Igneous looked like, and was hoping Sigmus could pull off using that to their advantage. Forgive us, Fire Celestial, but these two are treasonous criminals of the Empire. One of the knights stepped forward. His tone was respectful, as he could be, but urgent, not wanting to let their target try and slip away.
I understand that is the case, but as of right now they are my escorts, and I am in desperate need of their assistance if this war is to be put to an end.
Sigmus's voice was calm yet firm. He was glad for the knowledge of current events he received from chatting with Alia, Zephyr, and Kindle over the last few days was helpful.
Once this is resolved, I will see to it that they are dealt with properly. Is that agreeable?
His voice was firm and resolute, and his presence was overwhelming. While it sounded like a negotiation, it felt like an order with no room to question. Yes, sir. The knights reluctantly agreed, not wishing to incur the wrath of the Fire Celestial. Other knights also responded in the same way.
Thank you for your understanding. We shall take our leave.
Sigmus closed his eyes again, so to not draw in more attention for passers-by, and gestured for Alia and Eric to follow him. Captain Caldus, are we really gonna let them go? An Imperial Knight asked, the one who spoke to Sigmus. No, watch where they go, and send the asset after them. Caldus narrowed his eyes through the slit in his helm. The princess and the head researcher won't want us to return empty-handed, celestial or not. They'll demote us on the spot, but if we send the... If the asset fails, it's not on us, but it's on them. Sticky. Sticky.
Cool. End of chapter.
End of chapter. I'm gonna get more hydration.
Oh yeah, I'm going to give the pupper her dinner and I shall return.
We're almost there, chat.
Almost there.
Just a few more.
Hi, Noodle. You're so cute. Just laying there.
She's been
so
back
comfy.
cute. Just laying directly under Mom's feet. Hope I didn't want to actually stretch my legs out. She's actually being quite good for this reading, which is very nice. Queen Noodle Stringworm has accepted fate. Are you scared, chat? Are you scared for the cliffhanger that's gonna come? Now's a good chance for you guys to fix your cashew-shaped bodies too. Rehydrate if you need. Go get more snackies. Oh no, we're not done yet, honey. Oh, can you tell? You want us to be done, but we're not. Not actually done. Just a few more, baby girl. It's okay. Sorry, just be spreading the yawns, chat. EP days, EP. I need to go fill my water bottle too, so
Hydration.
You stay there.
Enjoying the flirting chat?
Fluff.
It's gonna be like that for a lot. Long while. Enjoy the sass and the fluff and the soon. Party split now, chat. What are we gonna do? I know we say never split the party. You do.
Say hi real quick.
Hi, Sammy. Hi, Wiggle Bud. You are so cute. Cute baby.
Girl, alright, let's get you your food, honey. We gotta finish up. Go, oh, honey.
What the dog doing?
Oh, you pupper. Okay.
Oh, good.
Here.
Evil author noises.
Squeakies. The child found a squeaker.
Squeak. Okay, chat. I remembered this time. I skipped the music.
We know we're on the right one.
Yes. I made a very specific mental note. Classic corny jail stuff.
This is a good time to promote that if you aren't part of the Discord, you can join the Discord and find all the fun stuff that is posted in said Discord. Okay, so a couple of these chapters aren't super terribly long.
Yeah, I stopped. For a long time I had kind of this rule where I need like a minimum of like 10 pages written. I stopped following that. And I believe around this arc is where I stopped following that. I'm like, if I get to 10, that's fine. But I kind of still do get around 10-ish pages, but yeah.
Sometimes, I mean, it's good having that benchmark because then you can actually have like content in your chapters, but there's also the idea that sometimes you don't need that much.
Yeah, because usually I try and break chapters at scene changes, usually. That's usually my defining factor. It's like scene change or just like a good like pausing point in events and whatnot.
Get jump scare. I'm back.
I'm so spooked. Oh my god.
Scary.
It's too early for this. It's not spooky season yet.
Right around the corner.
Never too early for spooky season.
I mean, I got a really cute tank top from Temu. That's like a bunch of
carnival. This.
Oh, that thing.
I
Yeah.
know it's around your little vacay, so I'll have to figure out some dates for that. But
There's my tea.
Oh, is that like a local Halloween party or something?
There's like a spooky Cirque du Soleil thing going on
Oh, okay.
at the fairgrounds.
I am 100% down for that.
Yeah, I got 2 free tickets, and that thing has a code for $5 off. So
Yeah, it might be something that you guys have to go to because I'll be gone. For sure 2 of those days, and then I'm going to guess pretty much that 3rd day. And the last day is Monday, which is kind of... Going on a Monday is kind of meh, especially that late, so...
Gotcha.
Might be something that you guys go to.
Okay.
I'd like to go, but since I already have plans that are paid for...
Gotcha.
Tease what it is.
Maybe next year.
Yeah, if they come back around, I'd love to.
That'd be cool. Anywho.
Anyway, shall we continue?
Let's go.
Alright, on to 24. The forest leaves were so dense that they blocked out the sky of every light that filtered through. There was no clear trail through the Voldo forest, as it was often traversed so that it wasn't often traversed, so the trees grew thick, and the gnarled roots and branches interwoven with vines. Thick brambles and moss filled in the gaps, making it rather difficult to trek without losing one's footing. None of it bothered Breeze one bit. She was floating on the wind, but just behind Zephyr, with Pri on her shoulder. She drifted over every obstacle without a care, just watching was causing Kindle to feel a little jealous. Even Zephyr had use of wind step to climb atop the mangled roots taller than him. At least Zephyr waited for Turbius to toss her up to keep her from slipping on the moss when she landed. He'd grab her by the hand and not let go until she regained her footing.
Hey, Zephyr.
Kindle thought it was too quiet in the forest, given all the rumors about it.
What's up? Need a break? We can stop for a bit.
Zephyr paused mid-stride.
Nah, this is nothing. We can keep moving.
Kindle shook her head and kept on walking.
I was wondering, why meet up in this forest? I thought it was cursed or something. Cursed? I thought it was demons.
Tur tilted his head, thinking about it.
I thought humans avoided this forest because it's considered sacred ground.
Pri had heard of it in his travels and recalled hearing something about a temple somewhere within.
No way.
Zephyr scoffed.
Humans don't come here because it's a pain to get around. The area is rich with mana and the plant life eats it up. That's why it's so dense.
Really? Because I heard the people that go in never come back out.
Kindle narrowed her eyes.
Probably because it's easy to get lost in here.
Zephyr shrugged.
Last year, Eric and I got lost in here for a little over a week. Obviously, we made it out just fine. We were drunk for most of it, too.
Is that supposed to make us feel better?
Kindle scoffed. Speaking of, why didn't Alia come with? Breeze drifted closer to Zephyr. If I knew this was optional, I would have stayed with them.
They're meeting us at the sunken town.
Zephyr stated. He smirked at her and crossed his arms.
What? Are we not good enough for you? Baby!
Spicy!
I know, it's the time we normally do the thing, but it's not yet time for the thing.
Just a bit longer, honey. Almost there.
1 second, baby. We're carefully approaching this cliff that we're gonna hang off of at the end.
True.
In some cases, literal. I mean, there is a cliff coming up, but anyway. Spoilers. I didn't say that, Breeze said quickly, not wanting him to get the wrong idea. I just don't want to miss out what happens between them. It's quite the twist that they got stuck together despite Alia's hatred of the idea.
You think they'll be alright?
Tur looked concerned. I know Cygnus is with him, but still. Beas huffed and crossed his arms.
Honestly, I'm surprised you suggested splitting up like this, Zephyr.
Kindle snickered.
I thought you of all people would want to keep a close eye on him.
Eric isn't all terrible. Now we'll keep her safe.
Zephyr put his hands behind his head and slowed his pace a bit.
He'll always put his spirit before himself.
Wow, you're talking about Eric without disdain? Maybe there is something in these woods.
Kindle smirked at him.
We were friends for 2 years before he dished me with my gun.
Zephyr pouted.
I'm not allowed to condone and condemn him at all I want.
2 years, huh?
Kindle didn't think that they really knew each other that long before the incident, given how upset Zephyr was when she first met him. Made her realize she didn't really know much about those two.
Why do you think he bailed like that? He's been so stubborn to stick around ever since the capital.
I don't have a damn clue.
Zephyr grumbled under his breath. He sighed and looked up to the leaves rustling in the wind with a solemn expression.
Even if he wanted the gun for himself, he did win it fair and square. He didn't have to run. Honestly, I wish he would have stayed.
You two must have been close.
Tur placed a hand on his chin, thinking about how Eric was acting since Zephyr joined, and it made it seem like he was trying to make it up to Zephyr as best he could. You think he stuck around Alia hoping to see you again? Beas asked, sharing the same thought.
He has been clingy towards Alia in particular.
Kindle thought back to how much he was trying to protect her more than the rest of them back in the capital, and saved both Zephyr and Alia from Cygnus when he lashed out. Eric would always try to talk to Alia, even when she didn't want to.
Even when she knocks him on his ass, he always gets back up with a smile. Honestly, he doesn't seem like a bad guy. I always thought it was strange that Alia was so harsh on him when all he wanted to do was help her.
He is a good guy. He tries to hide it.
Zephyr agreed.
It's not entirely Alia's fault. She's that way. It does seem worse than usual, though.
What does? Breeze tilted her head. She had her notebook in hand and was writing down notes from the conversation she was enjoying listening to. Why is she acting like that?
It's complicated.
Zephyr's face contorted, trying to come up with an answer they might accept that wasn't entirely a lie. Alia never liked anyone talking about it unless she approved, and he hated even thinking about it.
Most of it was a result from the First Order. Also, how I acted after the fact might have influenced her more than I thought. Like most spirits, I didn't want to trust humans for a while, even though some of it saved us. I needed them to prove their worth for the longest time before I accepted them. Eric was different, though. I was at such a low point without Alia around, and after I had a bad argument with Leos, Eric showed up into my life one day and pulled me out of the dark, bitter hole I was in. We just had fun for almost 2 years, getting in all sorts of trouble, drinking the night away. Even when we were lost in this stupid forest, we had a blast just messing around. We didn't care whether we got out until we ran out of booze.
I can see why you'd be so upset with him.
Kindle was starting to get their relationship a little more, hearing Zephyr talk about it.
I'm more upset he left me than the fact that he took Regulus. I feel like I hurt him as much as it did me.
Zephyr let out a heavy sigh.
First time I tracked him down, I found him while he was asleep. I was going to steal it back, but he was crying when he said my name in his sleep. It broke my heart more to see him like that. I couldn't just steal Regulus back like that.
Zephyr stopped moving and closed his eyes.
So, I decided every time I track him down from then, I'd try and fight him for it. He used to spar all the time just for the hell of it and make wagers over it. So I was hoping he'd eventually come to his senses over running from me. I never thought it'd be Alia that would keep him around. There's part of me that doesn't want to find another inanimate tether for her, so that he can stick around, but the older brother in me is worried about his womanizing charms.
I think she has that covered.
Kindle snickered and patted on his arm. What?
Bork from the pup?
Why you bork?
I mispronounced Alia on that one line. That's why I'm sorry. My grandma was bad.
It's fine. This is for funsies anyway. You good, baby? Okay. Kindle snickered and patted him on the arm. Baby! Excuse you. Can I read? I'm telling chat a story, thank you. Thinking of all the times...
A woo from the background the second Sumi starts.
I swear. I was wondering if that would happen.
I know, you're spicy, you're silly.
Spicy girl.
Spicy child.
Sing no more content. Chat's not allowed to have more content. Stringworm decide. Can I read now?
Miscellaneous dog noises, yes. It's the wolves in the forest.
Yeah. We'll get
She's
to that
providing
later, actually. Thinking of all the times Alia shot Eric down or smacked him because of it.
I think she'd rather kill him than see him in any romantic light.
She was like that with Gwen, too. We just thought about when Gwen first met Alia.
Gwen must have picked up on it.
Terry waved his finger, remembering how quickly Gwen had stopped acting flirty towards Alia after her icy glare.
Yeah, she's never been into the idea of that kind of relationship with anyone.
Zephyr let out a chuckle as he started moving again.
She didn't get it from you, did she?
Kindle asked out of curiosity. They were pretty similar as siblings.
Nah, she was like that even before I had a chance to become an overprotective older brother.
Zephyr shrugged.
I started stepping in to save the poor sass from that icy glare and sharp tongue of hers. Besides, that cold side of her scares me to death. Gives me chills thinking about it.
It is pretty scary.
It's like a switch is flipped. Bia's voice was just as shaken.
Exactly. And she can go back to normal in no time flat.
Zephyr stopped and pointed at Turby as he was glad that someone else understood. Zephyr tilted his head towards the canopy again. He began reading the wind and trying to sense what was around, attempting to locate some landmarks he could recall in that section of the forest. He mainly wanted to get them to the river so they didn't have to keep trudging through the trees. He could tell that not far from them were two distinct areas where trees were most spaced out. Ooh, that was a good one. But given that they were on the edge of his perception, he couldn't determine whether it was a river or just a clearing with a statue that poisoned the soil.
Everything all right?
Kendall looked at him with an air of concern, given the pensive, spaced-out look he had.
Yeah, I'm just trying to read the wind to figure out where we need to go.
Zephyr smiled down at her.
Stay put. I'm gonna get above the trees for a bit to see if I can spot the river.
Where are we going to go? You are the only one who can get us through this maze of trees.
Kendall placed her hands on her hips. Can I go up there too? Breeze asked quickly before he could do anything.
I don't know. Can you?
Zephyr smirked at the small wind spirit floating eagerly next to him.
The canopy is pretty dense here. It's tricky to get through without using wind step.
I want to try it. Breeze shoved her book in the bag and set it down.
I think you can do it too, Breeze.
Bree jumped off her shoulder and sat atop the bag. Even though they were kin-bound, he was a fire spirit, so he wasn't able to dissolve into the wind with her. But he was proud to see that she was trying to learn something for herself and not just write it down. Have fun, Beas grinned at them.
We'll be waiting,
Turd said with the same cheer.
Shouldn't take more than a few seconds.
Zephyr laughed.
Oh, treading lightly and standing tall.
He looked up and quietly started readying a magic art so he could make a platform for himself, since he couldn't hover like Breeze. He disappeared into the wind as the wind stepped and solidified again high above the trees. Just as he started falling, he pointed below him and a glyph appeared.
Solid air!
He landed on a transparent disc and appeared where the glyph once was. That wasn't so hard. Breeze had re-solidified just above the canopy and floated up right next to him.
You're picking up on it fast.
Zephyr smiled proudly at her. The sea of leaves stretched out for as far as the eye could see in all directions around them. In the distance, the only thing that rose above the trees were the mountains to the north and south. They couldn't even see Lambertine's belfry from where they were. Instead, there were dense clouds forming where they had just escaped. A storm? Breeze tilted her head, confused. She always sensed one coming, but the air around them showed no signs.
Must be because of a powerful spirit.
Zephyr knew from experience if he couldn't sense it on the wind, it was generated by a spirit. He glanced around to the clearings he was sensing, and he glanced around to the clearings he was sensing, and noticed that the one to the north was a long, thin gap in the canopy, whereas the one in the south was round enclosed space. A gust of wind picked up, and Breeze was about to be carried off by it. Zephyr reached out and grabbed her hand.
I know the view is stunning, but don't get blown away.
Zephyr laughed as he pulled her closer to him. He could tell that the storm was heading their way. He wanted to at least get to their destination before it did.
Let's get back down so we don't get separated from the others.
Zephyr held on to Breeze so they wouldn't get carried away on the wind and jumped off the little barrier he was standing on. Before they hit the canopy and the leaves, they dissolved in a wind. The wind swirled and reformed their bodies safely on the ground. That was really cool! Breeze bounced with excitement.
You're a natural at it.
Zephyr beamed at her. He looked at Kindle, who was leaning against a tree trunk, and Turbius, who was tossing a boulder back and forth that was twice their size, that they clearly made themselves.
Well, there might be a storm coming from the west. Now that I know where the river is, it shouldn't be hard to get to the coast from here. The riverbank that leads to the beach is much easier to navigate than these trees. It'll be smooth sailing from here to the ruined city.
Will we be able to take shelter there?
Kindle tilted her head. As a Thunderbird, storms were where she best thrived, but she was worried about how the rest of their little group would fare.
Yeah, Eric and I camped there for a couple days.
Zephyr started walking towards the river.
I think we should be able to make it before it swings through, if we keep at a pace we've been going. If not, there are a bunch of caves set into the cliffs we need to drop down on to get to the beach.
See, I said there was a cliff coming.
A little rain never hurt.
Tur crossed his arms. Let's go all the way there, Beas cheered.
It is where we're supposed to meet.
Bree jumped up on Breeze's shoulder.
Even if it does rain a bit before we get there, the worst that can happen is that Miss Breeze can't take any notes.
I'll just have to remember everything, I guess. Breeze huffed, as she preferred the idea of the abandoned city over a cave.
Well, straight to the rendezvous point then.
Zephyr grinned and led onwards towards the river.
Awesome.
Not gonna lie, I feel like Zephyr would be the kind of guy that would pronounce rendezvous as the rendezvous.
Probably.
our airy head empty boy.
We love him. Our sweet himbo.
You're being good, Noodle. I know. Big pouch.
Oh no, there's 2 more chapters, baby. I'm sorry. Champagna. Probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm getting like
He's such a gremlin older brother.
I get like sort of Vanta vibes from him. Not quite as hardcore as Vanta, but like, you know, that like vibe?
Yeah.
Somewhere in there.
Somewhere like that.
Maybe with a cross of something else. Because he is intelligent. It's just
not quite as himbo as Vanta.
oh god.
At Del Taco for that free shavakadu.
Yes.
That's our boy. And we love him.
I know, honey. We're almost there. Just 2 more chapters, honey.
Okay, I give hugs. Oh, thank you for kisses.
Baby, we streamed longer than this before.
I squeeze your face. Yes. All right, down, baby.
But we
Down.
haven't done it this long in a while.
Honey,
I know.
down.
Come on, baby.
Good girl.
You gotta
All the
get
way.
down.
All the way. Good down.
I know.
Good girl.
If we power through, it might be like maybe less than an hour.
Oh, squeak, squeak.
Sad girl
You gotta
noises.
be quiet though. No interrupting.
Can you be good for us for another hour or so? She stared at me with happy face.
She's cute, baby.
They're just pets. It's fine.
Get.
Get.
Right. Next chapter.
Good to go.
Oh, hang on. Yawning. I had some weird ass dreams last night, so
Mm-hmm.
I didn't sleep very solid. Anyway. Record 25. Did we lose them, Sigmus? Alia paused to catch her breath. It was hard to get around in the overgrown forest riddled with massive roots and twisted plants that grew like vines.
I believe they never entered the forest.
Sigmus sent out a larger burst of mana to detect if anyone was nearby, but only good sense on every side was plant life and a few animals.
I wouldn't think so. Humans avoid this place like the plague.
Eric backtracked to them, having realized they had stopped. He didn't want to get too far apart from them. It was easy to lose sight of anyone in this forest.
Not many spirits come out here either. It's easy to get lost.
Speaking of, do you know where we are? Alia huffed bitterly, looking at Eric. Are we even close to the sinking ruins you were talking about?
I have no idea.
Eric said in an overly cheery tone. Are you serious? Alia started marching past him. I thought you were supposed to guide us.
Alia, wait.
Eric grabbed her wrist, but to stop her from charging ahead without them. Don't touch me, Alia snapped, grabbing his arm and throwing him over her shoulder. The impact with the ground knocked the wind out of him.
Alia, isn't that a bit harsh?
Sigma scrunched his eyebrows in disappointment. Alia didn't like seeing Sigmus displeased with her. She could tell Eric was having a hard time getting back up from that one. She rolled her eyes in frustration and took a deep breath to calm down. I'm sorry, I didn't mean... Alia trailed off and glanced down at Eric, who finally sat up. He didn't seem entirely bothered by it, as he had the same coy smirk he always had, which was causing her annoyance to bubble back up. I just need space. A lot happened lately, and it's getting to me.
It's fine.
Eric jumped to his feet with a laugh.
I just wanted to say, you shouldn't charge off on your own here. Even Sigmus's monocyte has limits, right?
Eric looked to Sigmus for confirmation.
Indeed.
Sigmus nodded.
Since there are multiple overlapping celestial sanctums, and the mana-rich environment makes it hard for me to see more than the mana pulse I send out. Right now, I can't even locate our companions.
Really? Even with that head start, I can't imagine they would be that far ahead of us. Alia pouted.
If we get separated, it'll be hard for you to find our little rendezvous.
Eric continued. The whole time he'd been trying to match Sigmus's pace. Eric realized it was ultimately better for her as well, since she was wearing out pretty quickly. Eric crossed his arms.
I may not know where we are right now, but once we find the river or the coast, it'll be easy from there. Besides, as much as you don't care for me, if you get too lost and we get too far apart, it could break our tether.
Fine. Alia scrunched up her face, disliking that she actually agreed with him. Lead the way. She shifted her gaze from Eric to Sigmus. Sigmus, if you catch sight of the water before we notice, can you let us know?
Of course.
Sigmus nodded, and a faint smile on his lips. He was glad it worked out for the time being. He didn't realize just how right Kindle was about those two. Didn't want them to be at odds he didn't want them to be at odds, given that they were bound by a tether. It was quiet among them for a while, as they traversed the forest. Sigmus could only sense trees and plant life for miles. The lack of animals concerned him. He couldn't sense any natural wildlife in the area. The wind rattled the leaves above them quite fiercely. He found it unsettling, as he could tell it was densely filled with wind mana he didn't recognize. It was as if someone was trying to search the forest with mana, much like he was.
Weird. It's getting pretty dark already.
Eric stopped, perched on a large root he was climbing over. He squinted in the rapidly darkening forest, trying to catch a glimpse of anything that might be familiar to him from when he was last in a Voldo forest.
I didn't think we'd been out here long enough for it to be nightfall already.
Maybe there's a storm coming? Alia looked up at the dense foliage above them. Hardly any light was making it through before, but now even the slightest glimmer of light was dull. It feels too sudden to be natural.
It very likely could be a wind spirit causing it.
Sigmus thought it best to speak up about his concerns.
This wind is very heavy with mana.
Could it be Zephyr or Breeze?
Eric looked down at Sigmus. Zephyr never used an art that could alter the weather, Alia huffed, worried something else might be at play. As far as I know, Breeze can't either. She's a little too green.
I'd be able to tell if it was their mana.
Sigmus shook his head.
This mana belongs to another spirit. They're definitely powerful, and this mana feels very agitated.
Why does it feel this familiar then?
Eric placed a hand on his chin and tilted his head as he tried to place who the wind reminded him of. If a storm is coming, we may want to seek shelter, Alia huffed. She wanted to keep going, but with a human tether, she had to consider it wouldn't do her any good if he got sick. She also didn't know how Sigmus felt about being in the rain.
Not quite to the coast. I remember there's a cliff drop off with a bunch of caves and even a few tunnels. That's probably our best bet for staying dry.
Eric couldn't be certain how much longer it would be before they could get there. For all they knew, they could have been going in circles, especially once the gloom started to set in. It was hard enough navigating the dense forest on a sunny day. He was all for finding some place to settle before the night hit.
Tunnels, you say?
Sigmus crouched and placed his hand on the ground. He had been cutting the surface with his mana in order to see, but he could just as well force his mana underground. He focused on tracing the knotted, tangled roots where his mana could much easier slip through in the earthen cracks. He could see that there was a gap between the rocky surfaces not far below them. He tried to follow the direction to see if they were close to an opening, but it was still too far for him to see. Regardless, he had a direction for them to head.
Flicker and glow. Illuminate the path that is true.
Sigmus stood up and held out a hand as he started casting a magic art that would help shed some light in the darkness for his companions.
Wisp's guidance.
A small floating flame drifted in the air, moving the direction he had traced in the tunnel.
I'll use this to direct the path of the tunnel I see below you, or below us. I didn't see where it led out, so we may need to stop for me to trace it again.
It's better than nothing. Eric
shrugged. He jumped down from his perch and started following the floating orb of flame. Sigmus's caution and tense demeanor when he talked about the mana in the air didn't sit well with Eric. He was growing uneasy. The ethereal flame almost made it hard to see in this already dim lighting. Distant thunder began to rattle the trees almost as much as the wind gusts. The deep, low rumble he felt through every inch of their bodies as it settled in their chests. The time between low growls coming from the sky was growing shorter and making it feel as though a beast was stalking them. Sigmus, can you tell if we're getting any closer? Alia asked as the rain began to drip, sputtering on the leaves and dripping down beneath the canopy. Alia was growing increasingly nervous. She felt as though the source of the storm was growing ever closer every moment.
I have yet to see the end of the tunnel.
Where's that? There it is, okay. My eyes are not seeing my cue points, so I have to click around until it lights up. Because it's like one of those things where it's like blurring between, because I'm staring at words so long. It's burning into my retinas. Hydrate. Okay. Sigma sighed as the wind was growing stronger. It was getting more difficult for him to see the surroundings of the ground above ground. The wind mana wasn't just clinging to the surfaces, it filled everything in between, making everything a haze of green. The dense wind mana in the air was slowly becoming all he could see. He had to slow his pace because it was getting difficult for him to detect the surfaces that blocked his way until he was right upon them.
Sigmus? Is everything alright?
Eric had glanced back, noticing he was a bit further back than he usually was.
I apologize.
Sigmus took a deep breath. He was growing frustrated with being the reason that we'd need to slow down.
The mana in the air is making it difficult for me to see what's above the surface.
We can slow down a bit.
Eric backtracked to Sigmus.
I can help you if it gets any worse.
Oh, did I scuff that? That was Eric.
I can help you if it gets any worse.
So half the time I did the script stuff, it was late at night, so sometimes I forget. I don't read and I speed run it.
You good.
Eric recalled that being too close to Sigmus irritated Alia's skin because of the heat. Eric wanted to offer before she could, and he could tell that she was about to by the slight pout on her face. I didn't consider that it could be such a problem. Alia looked around and noticed how the wind mana was concentrated enough to be seen. The mana is getting extremely dense. Small glimmers of light flurried with each gust of wind, like snowflakes that never settled. Lightning cracked across the sky, and bright light danced across the trees not far ahead of them. There must be a gap in the canopy ahead. That lightning was pretty bright.
Maybe we aren't too far after all.
Nope, okay. Eric smiled hopefully as he watched Alia take the lead.
It could be the tunnel leads elsewhere.
Sigmus mused aloud.
It does seem to turn the opposite direction. If anything, you two might be able to get a better view of our surroundings.
I don't like the idea of being out in the open, though.
Eric kept his eyes on Alia ahead of them. She didn't stray too far out of sight, pausing to scan the area. She waited for them to catch up. He voiced his concern rather quietly, only Sigmus could hear.
If it's a wind spirit causing this, then I feel safer being hidden by the leaves.
I have no doubt we can handle whatever comes our way,
Sigmus said, trying to put his mind at ease. I think it's just a clearing, Alia called back. She barely caught a glimpse of it from where she paused to wait for them. But there was no foliage obscuring her view of the pouring rain. Not even the grass covered the ground. It was nothing but mud. It doesn't look like anything is growing there, though.
Really?
Eric felt as though he'd been there before with Zephyr. It was one of the strange places that stood out to him in the forest. In the forest was a dead clearing with a fallen statue at the center. He thought it was creepy at the time until Zephyr told him the metal was just made. The metal it was made from was poisoning the ground so that nothing could grow.
Is there a statue that's half buried and mostly corroded?
Alia moved closer to the clearing once they started catching up. She paused at the edge, remaining out of the rain beneath a tree. A flash of lightning illuminated the area just enough for her to catch a glimpse of teal in the center. Yeah, it looks like it. Alia raised her voice over the rumble of thunder.
We shouldn't be too far from the cliffs, then.
Eric felt some relief in knowing where they weren't completely lost. Where is this? There, okay. As Eric and Sigmus got closer to the clearing, a gust of wind swelled. It was so intense, Eric couldn't keep his balance, and he dropped to one knee. They squinted past the whirlwind of mana to try and see if Alia was all right. As she came into focus, a bright flash of light behind her forced his eyes to shut, and the crashing thunder that followed was deafening. Sigmus covered his sensitive ears, unable to bear the booming sound.
Alia!
Eric searched for Alia again, but she was nowhere to be seen. He looked to Sigmus to see how he was faring, but the thunderous noise had him doubled over in pain.
Sigmus?
Don't concern yourself with me. Fight her!
Sigmus ordered sharply. He could see from Eric's mana that he was hesitating as he lingered near him. Before the strike, he could still sense Alia's mana, but there was a density of mana ahead that had increased tenfold, and made her vanish from his sight as well. He knew they were no longer alone.
Oh boy. Okay, so I need some character direction for this new guy that's coming up. So,
yeah.
Obviously, unhinged.
Yes.
But are we thinking more laughy, jokery in voice, or more raspy and sinister in voice?
somewhere in between.
Okay, I can work with that. All right, well, I'm using the restroom real quick, and then we'll get into the finale here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, be right back, chat.
Last chapter, chat. Sorry, not sorry. You guys get 2 cliffhangers.
Oh, no.
It's okay. If you desire the resolution, they're both on the website.
You can start reading ahead.
Yeah. I wanted to do some art for 27, but I also didn't want to leave chat hanging if they were too enraged.
I was gonna say, oh, how nice of Sumi to actually continue updating the chapters on the website. You should have done it to where you just didn't post anymore.
Just stopped.
Feral.
What? Oh.
That would be the proper way to do it. You don't get anything. This is the season finale. Now you have to wait. And then they don't get it unless they come and watch our stream of where we read it aloud. And then they can have it.
You hear that? You don't get it unless you come.
Lamau.
Insert praise kink right here. Good person.
think you're becoming too infused with Eric right now. Coming one with the character.
One more chapter.
One more chapter. Last one.
Last one.
12 pages.
Okay, I know. We'll do it in a bit, baby. I promise.
I know, honey.
Sandpaper paws.
One more chapter.
You can come to me. I have blankets, so you can put your paws on me if you want.
Sad baby noises.
Very sad.
Power pets.
Almost
Power pets.
done, I promise. It's the last bit.
All right, let's fucking go.
Right.
Record 26.
This wind is unsettling.
Zephyr huffed, looking back the way they came. He was unable to read the wind at all. It was just so oversaturated with a strange mana, he couldn't even control it. Yeah, I can't even float on it. Walking is such a pain. Breeze pouted.
Fucking wind spirit problems. Jeez.
You can't float forever, Breeze.
Pri patted her head.
Well, all things considered, we managed to glide pretty far.
Kindle smiled up at Zephyr, able to match his stride as they trudged through the sandy beach.
That was a pretty good idea, using the wind under my wings to extend our glide up the coast.
I wouldn't have thought of it. You didn't suggest gliding down in the first place.
Zephyr smiled back.
If this wind wasn't someone else's, we probably would have made it all the way there.
I mean, if I draw in some lightning into my wings, I can actually fly us there instead of glide.
Kindle mused upon hearing the rumbling thunder coming from the forest.
Uncharged, they're too stiff. Quick lightning strikes could fix that. Can't we just stick to the ground instead?
Turbius whined in unison. They didn't like being separated from the earth.
We're probably going to be way ahead of the other three anyways.
Zephyr agreed.
No need to push our lead.
I guess walking never hurt anyone.
Kindle shrugged. Speak for yourself, Breeze mumbled under her breath.
We're almost there.
Zephyr chuckled. He squinted down the beach and saw the waves were rougher ahead, closer to where the beach narrowed. He pointed where the forest was inching closer to the sea.
Actually, pretty certain that's it there.
We'll go check it out.
Turbius both ran ahead, excited to see their destination.
If it's not, you better stay put.
Kindle yelled after them. She didn't really doubt Zephyr, but she needed some way to reel them in.
Don't get lost, please.
The rainfall was light, but quickly getting heavier. The wind whipped at the waves as they crashed over the submerged, crumbled buildings. As the structure drew closer to the water, they became increasingly buried in the sand, and a handful of structures along the tree line were covered in moss and vines as though they were claimed by the forest rather than the sea. A number of structures were occupied by trees growing adjacent or even inside, with some even providing support for the more dilapidated buildings.
This place was a pretty big city.
Kindle looked out into the water, seeing a few structures standing up rather far out.
You made it sound like it wasn't very big.
I wonder what happened to this place. Breeze was looking around curiously.
I have no idea, really.
Zephyr shrugged as he walked closer to the buildings that remained standing. There were only a few along the tree line that could keep them dry. Even though it was already too late for that.
No one enters this forest anymore, so who knows what's really happened. I have a few theories.
Ooh, let's go somewhere and you should tell me. Breeze skipped over to the buildings he was heading to.
This one is pretty dry.
Tur yelled from the window. Damn bard brain. Anyway, from the window to the wall. Anyway.
You wrote it, bro.
Man, I'm just down on my balls.
Anyway. Tur yelled from the window of one of the two buildings closest to the tree line. This one too, but there's a couple bags in here. Beas called from the doorway of the other. Someone else might be staying here. Looks like some used firewood left too.
Bag it up.
There's just some trigger words that like trigger the bard
Trigger
brain.
phrases 100% exist. Maybe someone got lost here?
Kindle narrowed her eyes, uncertain of what to expect of someone being in the forest. No human, rarely even spirits will enter.
Maybe we should scout the area a bit.
Not a bad idea, given it's starting to pour. And whoever is here just left their bags.
Zephyr crossed his arms and knitted his brows.
Either they are scavenging, or something scared them off.
He never experienced any demons last time he was there, but there was no shortage of rumors as of late. If there were anything dangerous, he wanted to deal with it before Alia, Eric, and Sigmus managed to catch up.
Let's stick together, though. With the wind so oversaturated in mana, it's like this, I can't read what's around us. So if we get lost, we better do it together.
Best not to split up more than we already are.
Kindle nodded.
Why don't we head this way?
Oops. Terbius met up and pointed to a small trail in the forest that quickly swallowed up by roots and vines. They noticed a small scrap of shredded fabric on the branch, protruding from one of the gnarled roots and sticking out of the ground. A snap of a twig caught everyone's attention. The sound of footsteps rapidly approaching along with several deep growls could be heard just under the thunderous rumble from the sky. Two large black wolves, completely shrouded in misty clouds of darkness, scampered over the roots above Terbius. They snarled and were about to pounce on Terbius when a familiar redhead stabbed one through the throat with a retractable blade from her gauntlet, while Zephyr used Windstep to close the gap and slice at the other one. Once the physical forms of the shadow wolves quickly dissolved, their eyes stopped glowing and their bodies went limp.
Thanks for the assist.
Gwen smiled at him before looking down and seeing Terbius and Kindle and perking up.
Oh, it's you. Gwen, what are you doing here?
Kindle blinked in surprise. This is the last place she expected to see her.
You boys mind helping me out again with these demons chasing me? It's kind of hard with my arm the way it is.
She wiggled her fully bandaged right arm in a makeshift sling around her neck. She seemed rather carefree about the whole situation, but her arm wasn't the only thing that was bandaged. She had some around her neck, her waist, and a small one above her eyebrow.
There's more coming.
Zephyr called from the roots above.
We got your back, Gwen.
Terbius turned around, and each of them pulled out their own half of the blade, from the subspace it was stored in. They ran in to help Zephyr dispatch the pack that was closing in. I'm sorry, words are getting hard.
Almost done. Did all these demons hurt you?
Kindle crossed her arms in concern.
No way these demon dogs have been so easy.
Gwen chuckled.
This is...
Gwen couldn't think of an excuse.
How about I answer questions after demon dogs?
Gwen pointed at the boys fighting the shadow wolves.
Shouldn't you help them? They can handle it. Can't you, boys?
Kindle crossed her arms and glared at her.
These aren't a problem at all.
Zephyr raised his voice as he easily took out the three that tried to pounce on him with a quick spin of his dual wing blades.
Leave it to us, ladies.
Oops, sorry. I keep missing the Turbius keys. My bad. Turbius had united their swords, and they were tossing it back and forth between them, cleaving any shadow wolves in its path.
In the off chance anything gets past them, I got it covered.
Kindle placed her hands on her hips.
Answer me. If they didn't beat you up, what did?
Kindle? Breeze tilted her head into Kindle's view. Did you really not notice?
Notice what?
Kindle slowly shifted her gaze to Breeze. Don't you remember the assassin Raven? Breeze pointed out. Kindle blinked and looked at Gwen. Her injuries were similar from what she could vaguely remember, and the gauntlet was identical.
Yeah, that's me.
Gwen giggled, pointing to herself.
Nothing gets past you.
She patted Breeze's head. Same height, build, complexion, and her bangs were pretty much the same, and the length of her hair seemed about right, despite the style and color. Breeze started listing off. Her eyes and voice were a dead giveaway, though, although I wasn't entirely certain until we met again, and she had those injuries and bandaged in the same place.
I honestly panicked a little when I saw you guys walk into Blacksong.
Gwen smiled nervously.
I quickly cast an illusion to change the color of my hair. I tried to stay all serious and talk a bit deeper because that was all I could really manage to alter. Okay, so you're hiding out here and you encountered the demon?
Kindle speculated.
Sorta.
Gwen chuckled.
The demon actually started chasing me the moment I parted ways with you guys. We didn't exactly exchange words. Those wolves came out of the shadow, and he just sicked that pack on me. I didn't think anyone came into this forest because it's so big and dense that I thought I could escape. But it seems like I was wrong.
If there is a demon controlling those around here, I'd rather we take it out before Ollie and the others have a chance to run into it.
Zephyr approached the ladies, storing his blades in the sheaths behind his back after having dealt with the last of the shadow wolves.
Oh yeah, where is Alia?
Gwen realized she hadn't seen her around.
Did you guys find Leos and Erina?
You know them?
Zephyr raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, I've run into them before.
Gwen nodded.
Let me guess, you're Zephyr.
She pointed at him with a grin.
You are exactly like Leos described.
Gwen snickered.
Again? Jeez, do I even want to know how he describes me?
Zephyr huffed, crossing his arms. Knowing Leos, it was some sort of joke, but considering two complete strangers pinned him down from it immediately, he was curious, but also afraid to hear what it was.
I'm Gwen, by the way.
She smiled up at him, amused by his reaction.
Pleasure to meet you.
Zephyr smiled warmly in a greeting. His expression shifted again, getting back to business.
So, where was this demon that sent those shadow wolves after you? Oh, I guess it might be better to ask how long you've been running from them.
I wasn't that far away, really. I didn't even make it to the cliff.
Gwen looked into the forest the way they came.
When this storm came out of nowhere, I thought I should get stuff for the night. Now that I think about it, could the demon have caused this? I've run into one before that was the center of a storm that disappeared when I killed it.
With this heavy amount of mana, it has to be a spirit that's causing it.
Zephyr looked up at the darkened sky with the mana on the wind. looking like fireflies. A bad feeling in the pit of his stomach was still ever present.
This mana is vaguely familiar to me, but the only spirit I know for certain that can cause something of this is Voltarius. Volarius. Bleh. And it's definitely not him. His storms are never this oppressive in mana, even when he's angry.
Zephyr sighed.
Wish I could pin why it's so unsettling to me.
We can worry about it later.
Terra puffed up in excitement. Let's go demon hunting, Beas cheered.
Who's hunting who now?
That's good. A deep, gravelly voice came from the tree line. It was so quiet, no one heard his approach. The darkness from him was overwhelming because of the Sorry. Pressing buttons.
You're good.
And buttons not working. Darkness from him was overwhelming, yet because of the mana on the wind, he was able to approach unnoticed. His blackened eyes were locked on Gwen, snapped to Zephyr. Have that. His grim expression twisted into a grin, fully exposing his fangs. His claws started twitching.
I never expected one of you who dared assault my master to lead me to you, Zephyr. Who the hell are you?
Zephyr drew his blades again. Everyone was on edge. Cherbius had their blade at the ready and was slowly inching their way around the demon. Kindle balled her fist and stood between Gwen and the demon. Gwen had extended her blade on her gauntlet, and Breeze drew her bow without even getting prompted by Pre, whose fur was standing on end. He was clearly human, but the darkness was so intense it heavily twisted his appearance. His dark red and black skin was heavily charred and twisted into scars as though he'd been badly burned, his face still retaining some semblance of human features. A canine likeness to match the wolf ears. His loose, dark robes were a little tattered on the edges and swung freely beneath the light armor pieces he wore.
Oh, this is quite the predicament.
The demon started chewing on the tip of his claw on his thumb.
So many spirits I could turn into Fomorian. If I do it to Zephyr, the master will get mad at me. It's just so tempting, but Master is in the wind. I won't be able to hide it from him. Master?
Zephyr eyed him suspiciously. He was worried his fears were coming true.
Just who did you piss off?
Kindle whispered over to her shoulder to Gwen.
A better question might be who I haven't.
Gwen chuckled nervously.
The allure of another spirit from Blackbriar turning to a Fomorian is such a lovely idea.
The demon cackled.
To drag the purest enemies of my master to my level is such a wonderful sensation. Another!
Zephyr's eyes grew wide because of his concern for the others from Blackbriar.
You! Zephyr! Is Alia in this forest as well?
He could tell from Zephyr's burning scowl that she was.
If I bring her to him, it might make up for it. Your wings pale in comparison to her.
He was interrupted when the Zephyr snapped, appearing directly in front of him, swinging his wing blade up at him. He leaned back and, feeling the wind emanating from the strike graze against his chin, he backed away, worried it might be followed with a magic art.
You work for him!
Rage coursed through Zephyr like a fire.
How did that bastard survive what we did to him? You have to ask. It's the only man in the world who can't be killed.
The demon sneered as he avoided every swing Zephyr had to throw at him. Zephyr's strikes were wide. He saw an opening between the strikes, and he dug his claws into Zephyr's stomach.
Damn!
Zephyr coughed up blood and dripped down and mixed with the rain pooling on the sand. And the demon dug his claws deeper, and all the strength left Zephyr's body as the pain from darkness poisoning was causing him to scream. And the tale continues ever onward.
Oh, damn you, Sumi. You end on me getting fisted. You ended on me getting fisted.
By yourself.
Oh, that's right. I forgot to show Pyah the fisting from Final Fantasy 16.
Lamau.
I can show you better fisting.
Ayo.
Yeah. Not this kind of fisting? Not painful fisting? For us? Hot fisting for us?
Lamau.
And thus y'all are left with a cliffhanger.
I know it's almost time, Pupper. I know.
City spaghetti! How dare!
I know, baby. I know. We're almost done. I'm patting you at hyperspeed.
Baby.
Life is hard for baby.
I love a baby.
Well, everybody. Hey, baby. Hey.
If you guys cannot withstand being left on cliffhanger, there are the next 2 chapters are up.
Pog.
You can go read them.
Yeah.
So you don't have to entirely suffer.
Awesome sauce.
Sorry. Yep. I know, honey. We're gonna do the stuff. We're gonna do the stuff. Just
I know, baby, it's hard.
Chill.
Hard life.
chill. Thanks, everybody.
Hard life when Auntie is a maniacal author.
Thanks, everybody, for hanging out with us.
Yeah.
For sure.
You want to take us out, Sumi?
I appreciate it when y'all come show up to these. It makes me happy. So yeah. Anyway, do the YouTube things, you know. Yeah. See you next time. No post-satsu this time because it's pretty late.
Yeah. I'm really tempted to just
You
literally
guys
go
can
crawl into
rant
bed.
and rave about what part you liked most, either in the comments or in Discord. So you should join the Discord if you have not.
Absolutely.
And if you would like to join and maybe potentially join us for a live reading, if you become one of the voice actors, there is also on the website you can audition. Yeah.
Give us something that tops Cleo's Gilbert Godfrey, Eric.
God,
I dare
no.
you.
No. So cursed.
So good.
It's on my computer now, by the way, Cleo. You can't escape it.
The blackmail is there.
I have it now. Anyway. Yeah, you know, like, subscribe, join the Discord, all that fun stuff. Hydrate or dehydrate. All the self-care things. Yada yada.
Yada yada.
Become a member if you feel like it. Yeah. Anyway. We'll see you guys next time. Bye!
Bye.
Catch you later, Chad.
Bye bye.